move mouse around. Let me know that you're here. Oh, you know what? I think I gave you keyboard instead of mouse. My bad. Give me 1 second.
Okay. I was like, normally my thing would switch over to
do it
it.
Again.
Yes, I see it.
Sure. Move mouse. Okay, perfect. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to hopefully the final episode of Tangle Tower. The plan is that Saba is going to try her best to finish the game today. At a minimum, is to finish the game today, and I think she should be well in the good pacing to do so. And then depending on how much time we have left, I would love to do Mermaid Mask because it's the demo is quite short. It's essentially like one room exploration, if that, just to kind of like tease Mermaid Mask when that comes out. But for the time being, I think we're good to go. You ready?
Yep. Okay.
All right, take it away.
We were here. I think we had just re-summarized everything.
We had just re-summarized all of the statements, and you had some good observations that were interesting.
So I was like, I don't want to.
Sorry.
What?
My thing was to remind you what you said last time, just in case you don't remember. You said you wanted to make sure you explored all of the rooms first, and then went back to do the suspicions, and then go back to talk to everybody about your the new people and items that you have and stuff.
Probably. I don't know whether or not it may be best to go talk to everyone. Well, probably suspicions, because I'm gonna bump into them anyway. So okay.
I would recommend especially if you want to save time, I would recommend doing the suspicions first, just because you might get more evidence, which you would need to talk to people about anyway.
Yeah. Right? Okay.
So I would recommend that. I will remind you that there was an observation that you made during the re-summarization of the statements that I want to just kind of remind you of, because I think it was very smart of you to do so. You observed that, what's his name? Felix, dad, like sea pirate dad or whatever. He heard one set of footsteps, and then after that heard a second set. And that's when he went out into the hallway and saw, I don't remember exactly who, but he saw it was like,
I think Poppy.
I want to say it was Poppy because it was Poppy and Fritz or whatever his name is, right? Fitz, who went up and discovered the body first, right? So it makes sense that it would have been Poppy that they saw go down.
Of them too, Poppy and Fitz, actually. I think right now.
Sure, because I remember asking you that. I remember asking you who do you most suspect right now, and you were kind of it was kind of hard. So it's interesting to hear that you've had some sort of a decision on that.
Yeah, for now, just because it's there's the biggest it seems like backstory things happening between them that I think would cause discourse in the family.
Sure.
But we're gonna figure it out.
When you say discourse, you mean Discord?
I guess that
discourse would just be conversation, whereas Discord,
I guess Discord would be better.
Yeah, well, because you're right in both cases. People are definitely talking about them, but I don't know if talking would necessarily lead to murder.
Exactly. Yeah. So that was the thing. I don't know if it's the murder, but definitely they're gonna cause
definitely
a big problem.
It's definitely interesting. I agree.
Yeah. So let's go here first. I'll do. And this is Fifi's room.
Fifi's room.
Fifi's room. Okay.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
Probably.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse.
Okay, giant magnifying glass.
A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
Sorry, buddy.
I could pull off a pipe.
A new suspect. Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Save it for the judge.
Okay.
There is no way on heaven or earth that these two are not like dating in my mind.
That's hilarious. So obviously this is connected to this.
I'm about to say this is just
They're
kind of
obviously-
this is
yeah.
kind of just illustrating that like who has a connection to who. It's kind of fucked up that
Here
in
we
this
go. Here's the Poppy
yeah
thing.
the Fitz and Poppy makes sense, but it's kind of fucked up to like on this list. Wait, who the fuck is the one at the bottom?
That's us.
So she
That's-
recently wrote that.
I think so.
Oh yeah, because that's Sam or whatever. Okay, sure. Well, because what's her face? Freya's not on here, which is interesting to note.
No, I don't know why these two are directly connected though either.
Well, he is
Besides being related.
her uncle, and he is the one that has been quote unquote like her father figure since her parents like died or left or whatever.
And that's why she's jealous of like Poppy because he doesn't really
Because he doesn't really see her as a daughter or whatever, and he's very impressed with his own daughter.
forgot about
Do you
this.
ever try that? Maybe it works.
It is fucked up in a lot of ways though that there isn't a line between Fitz and Penny, the people who are getting married.
See, that's I'm telling you, it's crazy.
It's a drawing of Penny.
I like it. It's a drawing of Poppy.
That's actually a pretty good drawing.
Looks like Fifi's got a
Did you notice who
Artistic
isn't
side.
on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
Good point. I guess Fifi would already know her connections to everybody.
That's a whole lot of books.
I like book.
It looks like a microscope.
Can I touch it?
Puzzle time!
I'm not sure this...
Horizontally slide the 4 magnifying lenses to the correct positions. You are trying to make that image at the bottom.
Oh.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, it's too much magnification. Hold on.
You can see, by the way, if you look at the place where you're actually grabbing, it's plus, minus, minus.
Yeah. I saw
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Just making sure.
Like this isn't classified as too big, right?
That would be too big, yes.
So this would make more sense.
I think that's more correct. I will remind you that, once again, it won't just tell you when you're right either. Like, you have to actually click the button.
Yeah. So I just don't know how to get the double notch unless like this is supposed to be like this.
I mean,
And
that does kind of look like what it's looking for. Problem is,
oh,
is
and
that
this
there's
is a little higher.
the problem is that there's like that gap.
This one?
I think that would prevent it from working. Yeah. You could always just click the button and see if it works.
Yeah.
I guess that's wrong.
The 4 lenses all have different... So they must each have a
Yeah, I
specific-
know that. Thank you. Like this, I think is 100% right.
Yeah, it looks right to me. I mean, to be fair, if you were to move all of the things to the side and then just look at what the picture is, could you just like identify visually which one needs to be magnified the most, and then second most, and then third most, and then which needs to be shrunk? Right? You can't can you kind of see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, in terms of like this is the biggest gap, so that's why I was thinking that needs
So
like
that's like
this,
so that's like a
right
plus
there.
3. That makes sense. Or times 3.
That's really tiny, so the plus 1 makes sense, but like it's not like lining up as I thought it would line up, so that's definitely not strong enough. Let me see here. That's definitely too big. Maybe it's that. Wait, hold on, never mind. Sorry, I need this guy. I mean, this is definitely a little awkward. I definitely don't think that's it, but okay. Yeah.
You did kind of cinch up the gap though, which is pretty good.
Yeah, the gap is what I was trying to aim for. This one's making things awkward.
It's really funny. I looked at my announcement from Oboborg of like, hey, the stream's on. And straight up, it looked like you had the answer in the picture that's on the that's on the thumbnail.
That's pretty funny. I'm like 90% there, I feel like. I
think you are.
This is Borkin with me. Oh!
Not that one.
I don't even know what I'm seeing anymore. Okay. Oh, it definitely has to be that, because that's shorter. Nah, man, I think I'm like 90% there and I can't see that last 10%. Because I'm like moving the same things. Like clearly this goes here, clearly this goes here. I'm just borked right here.
Big key.
Even bigger key.
Enormous
yeah, and,
key.
Like, that clearly doesn't make sense, right? So, unless it's like... No, like you see, it's getting worse progressively. That's good enough there. And I'm back where I started. But like this is the only place to stop the... No, I already did this. See, like this doesn't work because this is like the same height as this. So that's why this is 100% right here. Okay. Cool. Oh, my hand is too far away. Come closer. Can't use the keyboard anyway. Okay.
Would you like a clue?
Yeah, like I said, I feel like I'm 90% there. I'm just a little lost.
I'm gonna describe this as vaguely as possible, just so that way you still have to figure stuff out. The only thing that you have in the correct position right now is the minus. Everything else needs to be over a different part than what you have right now. That includes your +3.
Okay.
No, that was it.
There you go.
Nice
All right.
work.
That's definitely nicer because looking at this, I think my brain also thought it was actually like this side was shorter. So that's why I was like, okay, that works.
Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
A book? Was this a diary?
Secret diary from Fifi's room. A well-used book resembling a diary. It is locked with a strange metal device. A
Yeah,
piece
we
of
can't do
evidence
anything.
that might be worth presenting to Fifi.
We just show up like in front
Hey,
of
we
her
broke
with her
into your
diary.
room and stole your secret diary.
Stuff.
Hold on.
Okay, I think
Check the waste paper basket.
A pretty ornate window with a great...
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light. A simple trick, but it really transforms the space.
Get rid of the thing that
And stuff
lets
Fifi's
in
thrown
light.
away.
You gonna rummage through the trash can?
No, that is quite beneath me, thank you.
Oh, space.
That might just be a
5
that might
minutes
just
before
be
you're
a
there.
font thing. I don't know. Can you click on it again?
And stuff Fifi's thrown
You
away.
gonna
Is it the
rummage?
same?
No,
Okay.
that is
Yeah.
quite...
I give
The-
you 5 minutes before.
The reason I wanted to specifically call out the waste paper basket was that in the previous game,
Looks like something Fifi's been
several extremely important clues to solving the mystery were just fully in trash cans that were kind of scattered around the place. And when you got them and presented them to Sam, because remember she was like a suspect in that case, she fully is just like, "Did you get these out of the trash?" And he goes, "No." And she's like, "All right, trash boy, whatever you say." Wow, you're making your people fucking get a workout.
They need it, okay?
Penny's room.
The birds.
That's a big window.
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds?
Birdie.
They're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Swap the positions of the 7 birds.
Are we combining things together to make whatever's in the middle? Yellow and thing equal green.
Do red and I'm about to say do red and
No.
brown make green? I don't know about
Hold
that.
on.
Wouldn't it be yellow and blue make green, Saba? Not green and blue make yellow.
Did I say green and blue?
You did. You just had green in the
Oh.
middle and you said that they made yellow.
Sorry. Sorry. So I definitely think this and this make this. Because this is the only like weird one that's not fully in color. Why is just white here? I don't get it. And do their eyes have anything to do with each other? This guy's looking at that guy. That guy's looking straight in the middle. Once again, someone's freaking calling me! I'll kill them.
Saba, really?
Yeah, they keep bugging.
She doesn't put up boundaries. Motherfuckers just call her whenever. Not even a text. Like, hey, do you have time?
Like, you're right. He could totally just text me that he sent me something instead of calling me to tell me he sent me something.
Why we have texting?
You'd think they'd know that, you know? And these guys are asleep. Do you like my, do you like my placement?
No. You're actually kind of close, but you're actually just not thinking about this. Like, you could solve this in one swap, but I don't know if you understand why that one swap would work.
I definitely probably would not, but
Okay, great. So blue and yellow make what?
green.
Green and white make what?
Lighter.
Do you have a bird that's perhaps a lighter green? So don't click on anything just quite yet. This is the
red
solution.
and brown make green?
Why would red and brown? No, Saba, it's a family tree. It's descending. Green and red make brown.
Oh.
You fucking dork ass.
Oh,
The family tree.
I didn't really see the. Oh.
Now don't
I
click.
was looking at it.
I
just
know
as a
you were because
combination,
you weren't
yeah.
thinking. You were just like, I get what you were going for, but it is a family tree. So this puzzle I actually think is very interesting because you kind of figured out on the other part. Because I've told you before that I really appreciate it. Like, whenever I design puzzles, if there is a color element to it, you always should pair it with some sort of symbol. So that way, people who are colorblind will be able to still solve the puzzle without having to have, like, total color vision, right? And so your thing of, like, oh, do their eyes have anything to do with this is actually extremely correct. Because if you look, blue and yellow are looking at each other. So when they combine into green, it's just looking forward, right? Now, if you look at green and red, red is completely closed with a straight eye. And so brown is slightly open with a straight eye. And you see how it's like, it's just the combination
no, it's just
of
narrow, and because this is like
it's their combination of their eyes. So like if you were totally monochromatically like colorblind, you could still solve this puzzle, and I think that's really cool.
Nice. Okay.
That's the one.
That's pretty dope.
Hey,
Red and brown make green? What are you talking about?
I was like, I don't understand.
What
and
the
then you were
fuck
like,
are you talking about? You're stupid. Oh my god.
I thought, like, you know, I was like, I thought these all from outward combined inward, not
Combined
going
inward
down.
into green for some reason? Wouldn't they all combine into brown? Crumpled
I'll
paper
get-
in Penny's room. A ripped piece of paper crumbled into a ball. Red flower petals were found inside. A message is angrily scrawled onto the paper. Now I'll get her.
No, I think this is Penny to Poppy. I think maybe Penny knows. I
little
think
tea
Penny
set.
knows
One of the
that
cups has tea.
her sister
What's in the other one?
is
see.
the one who's like
a little
with
bedtime
her
reading?
fiance, which sucks.
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
What?
this one
Murder
appears to be
mystery.
both.
Nice.
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 Traveling cases.
Empty.
I'm going to give you a little hint as well. Make sure to click on the wall behind, not behind, but like on the far side of the bed, like from where we are. Yeah, that wall.
This one?
Yeah.
That bed. It's like something from a fairy tale.
Does it feel warm over here, or is it just me?
No, you're right. Maybe the bed has some kind of heater.
It's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the wall.
Interesting little factoid.
I'm not exactly sure because we don't have access to behind the wall.
Correct.
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
Potted flower found in Penny's room. A brightly colored flower with the unusual shape. It looks very healthy and well looked after. The soil in the pot looks fresh and moist. It's also an unusual blue color.
Yes. Hopefully this is not something that Fitz is actually trying to kill Penny via this flower. Man, what a second aside conspiracy theory that would be. Like, if there's this whole subplot to murder
Fitz
Penny.
is actually trying to kill Penny because he wants to be with Poppy. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I still don't fully understand how old Fitz is, I guess. How old is he compared to... Because, like, Penny seems like a woman, right? Like, she seems like, you know, early to mid-20s.
I feel like we could ask Fifi and she would know.
About Penny?
Do you like how it's like, about Fitz's age or whoever's age?
I don't know if we can get that answer specifically. The reason I ask is just because, like, Poppy is 19, and I feel like, I mean, I guess it's not really that bad for, like, a 21-year-old to be dating a 19-year-old, hypothetically. But, like, I don't know. I worry that Fitz is actually, like, 25.
Okay, I think I've clicked on everything.
I think you did.
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence.
Either way, I think.
Right, good work.
Should we... because we do still need to hit up
I think
here,
you should you should do the attic last.
Yeah. Up.
Welcome to Poppy's room.
With the
It's an
octopus.
No, it's
Lamp.
not. It has 6 legs, not 8. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
Funny.
Sheet music, presumably for piano.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
Sheet music found in Poppy's room. The sheet music has been framed and is decorated with delicate, old-fashioned illustrations. Illustrations of a rose.
Ah! Something about the sheet music.
There's
Something about a
name
rose.
for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright.
Oh. Oh, yeah, of course.
Various
I wonder what the
handmade
name is.
posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing. Ah, yes, a giant symbol drawn in chalk on the floor. Always a good omen.
It's an eye.
Oh, you mean like one on top of
More handwritten sheet music.
the roof?
It's a metronome for keeping time.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
Use the buttons to rotate all 4 metronome dials up to the hoop at the top.
Oh. Heh.
I did it.
Good job. Do you understand? Okay, real quick. Do you understand why those buttons were doing that?
No.
Yeah, okay.
I
Because you
think
kind of just intuitively figured it out, and that's good enough because you still found the solution. The 4 like dials on the end, they had basic shapes.
Yeah.
It was like square, circle, the letter Y, and then
Yeah.
the letter X. The buttons down at the bottom are combinations of those symbols. So it's a square plus an X, circle plus an X, circle plus a Y, square plus a Y.
Yeah,
And so
yeah,
that's how you were
That's
supposed to
what
figure
it
out, like, oh, if I click this, these 2 will move and whatever. But you just kind of intuitively did it. So good job.
Not bad.
Yay!
What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Part of a photograph.
Ripped photo.
So, wow.
The ripped photo shows a young girl with blonde hair and pink clothes. The girl in the photo is using bright pink cassette player with matching headphones. The rest of the photos shows Fifi and Freya. It was hidden in Freya's room.
So this is what Poppy used to be like.
I think this is what I do believe that this is what Poppy used to look like before she went goth. But I would like to point out
There's something about that.
So sorry, Sherry, yeah.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
I would like to point out something about that photo that I think is interesting. Where was the photo taken?
In front of the pond with the statue.
We
heart.
would call it a fountain, I think, but yes.
Yeah. You're right, yeah. Indeed.
More handwritten sheet music.
That is the bed of a vampire.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
A musical
This is
vampire.
needs firm support for their lower back. Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are so many shades of black.
Just a bunch
I
of
don't
clothes
know
on
what
the floor.
happened.
Nothing weird about that.
To you.
It's because they're lighter colored.
Mm-hmm.
Empty.
I believe there are 2 things in this room of significance that you haven't observed yet.
A single red rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird.
So that's the rose that fits probably.
In that picture, that makes sense.
Yeah. What else am I missing? Really dark corner?
I mean, that is cool. But I would have you open up your map. Oh, never mind. You already found it.
A big glass door. It's out into a garden. Somehow.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
It literally has an arrow pointing in the other direction.
Okay. Yeah. Slide.
Nothing. Still
All
locked.
4 tiles have a moon symbol.
Those other symbols look like suns.
I think it is.
Yeah, I understand the sun and moon reference here. But
Can I give you a little ditty for the sake of time?
yes.
You do not have the information you need to solve this puzzle.
Okay.
I guess we'll come back later.
Well, that does save us a lot of time. So, okay. I think...
Because I will tell you, I definitely spent like 12 minutes trying every single combination on that 4x4 grid.
I don't think we have the information for the fountain either. Let's see.
This is Fitz's room.
This man's room is... This is not a room. This is a
We would
prison
call
cell.
it sparse, I think.
I don't even think this is sparse. This is empty.
It's a little
Beyond
handmade
belief.
card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz from PP."
Now I'm thinking that's Fitz Poppy. Yeah.
It also very much
Glass
could
and
be
an empty plate.
Penny.
It could be, but I don't think he would keep it.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know. That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
Click the
Oh,
empty
wow.
corner.
What?
It's a big empty space.
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's locked. It's a combination lock. Sort of.
Rearrange the pieces of paper to find the combination of the box's padlock. That's one.
But this doesn't say like.
Just click through the things until you find that shape. So.
Oh. Oh, so only like 2 of them have
Keep
that.
rearranging the pieces of paper.
Yeah. Maybe.
Ah! Dragon's Quest slime. That's 2.
Yep.
I would say that one's closer to number 4.
Yeah. I have to remind myself which side I haven't figured out. Maybe that one. Post one. I already figured that one out.
If you were to shift it down a little bit, I think you would get it. Yeah. So, but you already have this one. That's the slime, remember?
Yeah. Was
Your number 3 was wrong.
this one. Yeah.
Saba has the memory of a
I do. Okay. So there we go. I think that should be it.
I did it.
But yeah, I think that puzzle is really cool. The idea of just these, like, they look like just random shapes with lines on them, but it's like, no, it's actually just
Yeah, it's
it's
wrapped in
4
cloth.
shapes.
Hold on.
You know? I think that's really neat.
That's kind of ominous.
An ornate trowel. The metal gardening trowel, or a metal gardening trowel with a decorative pattern. It has a decorative pattern engraved onto it, and the letters either
Okay.
side read PP loves FF.
So I think. Hold on. I'll recount my statement here. This.
It's a little handmade inside.
I think that's from Penny.
And then
That's
that
from
is from Poppy.
Yeah, because he has to, he outwardly has to be like, no, I do like
It's locked.
Penny,
But at
but his
least
heart
outside.
is with
I thought we
Poppy.
were halfway.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Is this the same thing?
Interesting.
Okay. I guess this is me needing to remember the position of these. And that's where each of them go. But, Zach, goldfish brain.
I know! You're stupid as hell!
Okay, this one should be relatively easy because this is like
It should be.
zigzagging.
Let's come back once we
Don't
know what to do.
say that, okay? Don't say it should be and be freaking screwed.
I look forward to when you try it and you're like, I don't
A
remember!
big glass
There's
towel.
She did it.
Okay. And then this is just
It's like a letter Y. Like an upside down Y.
yes.
No,
I guess
hit the
we'll have to-
unlock, fool.
Oh, okay, sorry,
Fucking-
sorry. I was too excited to go to the
I
other
know
side.
you were.
Something happened.
That must be it. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of...
Okay. On to the other side. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
It's locked.
I thought we were
We
half-
are.
What's that thing by the...
Get over here.
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. Finally, it's open.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth...
Go.
So I do want to point out, as we get into this new area, beautiful. Truly, genuinely beautiful, obviously, right? But is it not really fucked up that, like, if your fiance was living across an absolutely picturesque, beautiful balcony from, like, your cousin, And like, in order for either of them to access this garden, they both need to unlock their specific doors, so both will unlock. That's the most romantic fucking shit in the world.
Yeah. Didn't someone's account go? Didn't Poppy say she came up to this garden later?
I mean, Poppy and Fitz said that they were both spending time in the moon garden, like when they heard the noise.
Yeah, because I know they were
Poppy and
together
Fitz
for a
come
while.
up here like a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Because this is the other place where this is where Fitz.
Doing a really bad job.
Excuse me. This is where Fitz does a lot of his like secondary gardening, and Poppy does a lot of her like, you know, just relaxing.
And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
A lute statue. A slightly weathered statue of a strange creature holding a lute. A pair of earmuffs have been placed on the head of the statue.
Okay, so not.
Giant stone frog. Love it.
Yeah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
4 feathers. The feathers were mostly found resting on the tongue of the large stone frog.
That's suspicious.
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
It'd be funny if like
pond.
eggs weren't the easiest shape to
Really
make.
Deep, for some reason. See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh yeah. What are you supposed they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
Feels like there's something down
It's
there.
a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Now, apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red too.
Penny found the rose bush, and she figured it out.
I mean, yeah, I think there are many ways where Penny could have figured it out, yeah.
But this is like direct proof, I think.
Direct proof, because it's like the bright red roses are Poppy's thing, and then the blue soil is Fitz's thing. So it's like, this is definitive proof
Yeah.
In a garden.
of their
In a
spending
garden,
time.
on a roof.
I feel like I've seen everything vital now.
Well, did you click on the dragonfly?
No.
That's
I
one big
know.
dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon.
There you
I'm
go.
very sorry.
I think that's about it.
Yeah.
I'm very glad that you did successfully end up finding this place before going to the attic, but I believe that is the last location that you have.
Yep. So it's interesting that we didn't have to go through that other room.
What other room?
Like, you didn't have to click into Flora's place. In like,
It's a statue of a wolf.
And then
Standing
click up.
straight, like a man.
and that's why this is like Poppy, because the eye is up here. It's indicating this
You
room
know,
up
there's a
here.
name for that.
You're talking about the room in Poppy's floor?
It's not quite as
Yeah.
dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
Just dusty junk.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it. What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
A reel
Like
thingy.
fishing?
A brass reel with a screw at the top. Coiled around the reel is a length of fine red rope.
Seems like someone dropped something down, huh?
Where's that light coming from?
Well, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
You look and you're just blinded.
We're not
Look at
leaving
that.
this until you tell me what you're looking at.
I'm looking at the place where her body ended up.
How did she die?
she got stabbed. So she could have fallen, right? Because of something. And then someone just dropped the knife on her.
But then they would have
And
to
then
get the
pulled it
knife.
back up.
But then they would have to get the knife out with some sort of real thingy.
Yeah, they pulled it up. So
Interesting.
I think
So
it
if you were
seems like
to
it's leaning more Poppy.
back out of this and look at the map real quick.
I clicked on it, right?
Yeah, not
By the
leave.
way?
Just no, the map. What did you observe about Felix's statement?
That someone came down.
There were
earlier.
two sets of footsteps going down the stairs, right? The second one being Poppy's as she was coming back down from the what you calls it. He heard two sets of footprints coming down, but Poppy only didn't report anyone coming down before her. It was just her and Fitz, and then she left. So where would the first set of footsteps come from?
It could have been like Fitz, or once again, she's just lying.
We know it's not. Well, assuming that she's not lying, which I don't know. You could assume. I mean, technically, you could assume literally everybody is lying, but then you don't really get anywhere. If we're assuming that they're both telling the truth, Fitz stayed behind while she went to go fetch Fifi, right? But once again, I will reiterate. Felix heard two sets of footsteps going down the stairs. The first set, we do not know who that was. Where were they coming from, based on this map?
Presumably the attic. Say like they did the crime, right? And then
seems like they did the crime, rushed downstairs. Probably, I guess they would have had to have rushed downstairs in between the time in which Fitz was kicking down the door and when Poppy left, right? That very short period of time. That would have been the only window where they could have left, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. I think you pretty much got it. I would maybe just double check with the room just to make sure that there's nothing else of interest to look at.
Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious. It's ajar. The head screws off.
Huh.
Oh, cool.
A canopic.
Just
the boxes.
dusty junk.
I think that's about
At least
it.
the moss are kept well fed.
I think that's about it. I think you about got it. So at this point, is there anybody that you haven't? So the only people that you don't have suspicions for yet are Fifi, Fitz, and Penny. So I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess where do you want to start? Who do you want to start with? I mean, you're right. You're literally right above Flora.
That is true. We could go because it's like I think the most neutral is Flora and probably I don't remember her,
Hawkshaw.
but Hawkshaw. Yeah. So let's go talk to them. Evil.
But isn't it creepy knowing that there's a gap in the floor where that eye is, where they were being observed?
Yeah.
I would recommend doing all the suspicions first and then coming back to
Well,
ask.
the thing is, like this won't be different, right?
Yeah, I guess that's true. That's true.
So let's quickly do this, do the suspicion, and then we can.
And then just come back for evidence later.
Husband.
Yeah.
He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Her hair is stuck.
I'm about to say, I think it's because you're clicking through the animations instead of letting it go.
We spoke to your daughter, Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
Nice.
We spoke to Hawkshaw.
Luckily, this isn't like.
I
this
assume
isn't,
she didn't
you
get
know, too
anything
much
out of you
information.
either. I bet that really ticked her off.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials? Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Grimore, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
Okay.
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know. You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
One of the things I do find interesting before you continue, just about this character, because clearly she's silent, right? Like, you have literally never heard her speak. Two things that I find kind of interesting. One, she does acknowledge you. Like, she's not just, like, she spends literally all day, every day, just staring up into the sky, which is obviously clearly a sign of some sort of trauma, but she does acknowledge you. Like, she's looking at you and, like, vaguely responding through, like, action to your questions. She just doesn't speak, which I think is very interesting. And then B, Felix said that they speak very seldomly, right? And even then, that might be him exaggerating. Like, he may or may not have spoken with his wife in years, and we wouldn't know, right? He seems to be a boaster, right? However, everybody knows for a fact that her and Freya would have conversations with each other. Like, they would actually just talk like regular people. Because people would hear them, like, you know, quietly muttering through the doorway and through the floor and stuff. And so it's like, that's a crazy connection to share with another person who, for all intents and purposes, has nothing to do with your family. You know?
Yeah, so, like, what's up? Why was she okay? Or whatever, so...
I mean,
okay.
I'm about to say, I'm sure you'll come to your own conclusion, but I will say that at this position in time, I will tell you that I was like, they must have some sort of shared trauma that no one else in this entire mansion has, right? Because that's the only thing I could possibly think of.
Okay, let's get suspicious now.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
Oh, my guess. Right here, it's not a knife. But also, this is also probably true. Can I do all of these? Is this a thing
No,
where
I think it's you have to do the actual answer, which I will let you know your assumption was correct. You made a very educated guess a while back.
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
The book! With the bird.
The bird book! And then the play button, top right.
Ta-da! Give me that. Okay.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Am I gonna actually have to do what I just did 5 seconds ago?
So you have to actually take the magnifying glass and, yeah, there you go. Identify the things. There you go. There you go.
Painted knife is
Is
actually just
just
a feather from an ink dip bird.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
Do you have evidence to show that, Saba?
There was something.
I was say it's been a week, so if you want, if you don't figure it out like soonish or whatever, I'll give you a little hint. Because you, like, if we were playing this in one session, you would immediately remember.
Immediately remember it. I mean, the only thing I can think of is potentially the feathers. But no. Oh, the painted model?
There you go.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
He said these were her favorite things.
Correct. Felix was Penny's pet.
Okay, this definitely doesn't seem right.
the ink dip bird was Henny's pet, betrayed Flora.
I don't think she ate.
Attacked Flora, so she destroyed. Was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
Because they said they were extinct.
But remember, there's no downside to getting it wrong.
Was
Yeah.
Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either
Your
way,
bird
she
flew
kept the
away.
feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally.
Oh, she keeps it normally in
this
the
is where Flora
egg.
usually keeps her feather.
And that's why there's nothing in there, because it's gone.
But we opened it. It's empty.
Completely empty.
Okay.
Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait, there's something tucked inside this one.
Feather or...
Flora's drawings.
Oh.
Drawings of Flora and a small bird. There's a handwritten message on the back. These are for you. Love, Freya. Can I tell you something
Clearly this
that made
bird
me
meant a lot.
deeply sad when I played this last time? Because I don't remember when exactly they kind of tell you this, so I'm just gonna kind of ease it in right now a little bit. What were the figurines of? It was Flora herself, the ink dip bird, a guy who I
And
told
her
you was her
father,
dad,
I think?
and then Freya,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Freya loved her father. Her father was an awesome, imposing figure, but was so paternal and loving. He was an adventurer. He was a man. He was everything that she needed him to be, and she loved him dearly. And then he disappeared, believed to be dead, right? And he's just gone. But he leaves her a baby bird, an ink dip bird, an extremely rare bird that she loves and cherishes every day of her life until one day it flies away, leaving behind an egg. That egg hatches into another ink dip bird, and we do not know what happens to it, but we believe that it also flies away or is somehow also injured in some way, because the estimation is that ink dip birds are really difficult to care for when they're super young, since people don't know anything about them because they're super rare, right? So, as I said before, Freya and Flora would have full conversations with each other, and I believe that this is the reason why. Because she doesn't have anything to remember her father by other than the ink dip bird, and she doesn't have anything to remember the ink dip bird by but the feather, which is now missing. So Freya of herself gives just a little doodle of just, here's you with your beloved bird. Not fully understanding the context of why it means so much, but clearly it mattered a lot to Flora. And I think that's really lovely. Well, there you go. That was your first suspicion
So that's
done.
something we've obtained as evidence for
Correct.
later?
That's what I was saying.
Okay.
Yeah. When
Okay, so
when
if
we're
it's
done
between
with all of this and you come back, you can present that to her and you can, I mean, not that she'll say anything, but all right, you want to go all the way down instead of talking to Felix.
They gotta
go all the way down.
Yeah,
All right.
this is my, because I think I'm gonna go least suspicious to most suspicious.
Who's most suspicious? Okay, fair enough. I mean, you still have. I'm about to say, keep in mind that there's 3 people that you still don't have.
Yeah, but that just going based off of what I know now.
What you have now, yeah, that makes sense.
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. but talking with him is so tedious.
she
Considerably
likes Fifi.
intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition, no focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. I'll say this, he's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse, but I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers in secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's
What type of
getting
flowers?
restless.
What type of flowers, Fitz?
Professor Pointer's a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
Almost like
Suspicious?
almost like he's her employer.
Rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse.
27.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She is my
Has
age.
remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite.
Cool.
This little microscope thing, you said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense. If you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
What is she searching for?
We know. But she's searching for
The golden beetle! Behold!
Hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He's not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
Do you remember what this...
Fifi said something about this whatever this is. She's like, it's convex or something, or I can't remember the specific stuff she said.
Because
I don't know if you can remind me.
I'm 99% sure, I'm very confident it's not a microscope at all, it's a telescope. It's a telescopic lens, not a microscopic lens. It's for seeing
Okay, 'cause
things
she
far
said
away,
something like
not small.
Okay, because I like believed that the second option, I was like, yeah, I remember Fifi saying something. I just don't remember what it was exactly.
That was like
about.
one
Like,
of
that's
the
not
first like factoids that you learned last week, so I totally forgive you for not remembering because I barely remember.
It's not a microscope
Yeah.
at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
We may not be. Someone is. Which makes it the murder weapon.
Ugh.
Is there more, or is this it? Right?
This is
I'm not.
it.
There's any to scroll.
I'm gonna say I would recommend looking through all of these first and just kind of in your mind getting an idea as to what sentences you could make, and then putting the clues in there. That's what I did.
Oh, there's the telescopic lens.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens.
I know he's literally gonna say it like 2 seconds after I say it, but just in case you're wrong, it's fun to say anyway.
When it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective?
Astronomer for her, I guess.
I wanted to
Okay,
be an
Sally.
astronomer.
Really?
Yeah.
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence.
Oh, that's cute.
Never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
Well, we talked about that prior, right?
We kinda mentioned that prior, but just to kind of reiterate that as one sentence, Professor Pointer had in his possession a beetle whose carapace appears to be comprised of mostly real gold, which is crazy, right? He had it, don't know what he was doing with it, but he had it, and then it was stolen, so he hired Hawkshaw, and Hawkshaw's investigation came to the realization that it was most likely Freya who did it, but now Freya's dead, and she still has yet to find the golden beetle. So this is a entirely different detective doing their own mystery game while you're doing your mystery game.
That's another reason why I was like, I just wanted to talk with her next. So let's go to him. Actually, give me a few seconds. I have to go grab something, but I'll come right back. I am back. Okay, so luckily we don't need to look at anything anymore. We just gotta get on the interrogation.
Literally just
only one
Pointer.
person.
Pointer. Good old. So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I didn't actually read
I don't
what he
know,
said.
Maybe.
Well, you
Still,
click
That is
through it.
not information we're willing to share
I'm not
at this
clicking
time.
right now.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
Okay. Let's see what he's suspicious about.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
I think that it's not your paint pot.
I think that makes sense.
Let's go.
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
So you can click on the things first, right? Before submitting them. So I would, well, hold on. Before you do this, I just wanted you to just take a second to look at the painted models. Just so that way, because that's what we're talking about. That's the red paint pot that we're saying isn't his. So I just want you to, in your mind, keep that, like, present.
Yeah, it's the color of and the shape of the thing.
Well, it's not the color and the shape that actually matters. If you actually click on Freya's red paints, there's something about the red bottle that's different.
And the label?
There you go. Because if you look at his, if you go back and then look at his from the painted model,
they're all like...
it's all squarish labels,
and...
whereas hers are all rounded labels.
Is there, can I just use this? Because there's like 3 separate things in
I
here.
think you do Freya's paint, yeah.
Yeah.
Something to compare directly with, yeah. Now you have to point out what's different. Or, yeah, what's wrong. Is full of, was used to paint. You can keep clicking, there's more things. Is exactly the same as, was stolen and replaced with, Freya's red paint pot, Felix's red paint pot.
What? Well, that's not true.
But the lids were swapped to hide it.
That has to be it. Because that's what he was pointing out, right?
He, like, literally, he was like, that doesn't make any fucking sense, it has my lid!
Ejaculation.
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is
because it's blood?
Murder.
Look, because it's Sally or whatever that's doing it. I think I called her Sam earlier, but now it's Sally that's doing it instead of Grim.
Yeah.
No, it would have to be before, because if it was filled after, then the blood wouldn't be on the painting, right?
Okay, let's think about it. That's an interesting one. Look at his face. Oh, okay, before, right? Isn't there one that says after?
Yeah. There's one that says after, but it would have to be before, because if it was after, it wouldn't make it, right? It wouldn't make it onto the canvas.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint floor.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
I think that's literally the first time she's done that, right? I think she does that a couple more times, but I think that's really cool.
Right. Fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know, perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
Was it to give Flora
I
a
was
present?
trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday.
Yeah.
I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened. Seemed a bit,
Yeah, seeing a thing of Freya. Okay.
I don't
So
actually.
his is really banal.
Yeah, I was about to say his was just talking about like why, like it's just explaining why was there blood involved in the painting process at all. I'm gonna tell you, I straight up don't remember how blood got in the paint pot at all. I don't remember.
I think someone maybe came in afterwards. I don't know.
Well, because remember, it would. So it's like he swapped it in her room, right? So there was an empty paint pot that would have had red paint but didn't in her room, and then so someone made maybe Freya. I doubt it, but maybe filled that
What if?
significantly with blood.
What if Freya only realized that it was blood when she started painting with it? I think if she shot it, she should have probably figured out earlier, but let's be honest. Okay, whatever, let's skip that part. So she does that on the painting, right? And then is shocked, right? To see that it's actual blood, and that's what causes her to trip and fall backwards.
Okay, and you're saying she thought she passes out from the sight of the blood?
Maybe, or it shocks her enough that it causes her to stumble and fall, and then whoever dropped a knife on her.
Sure, I could kind of see that. Yeah, I mean that makes more sense than the painting stabbing her.
Ah, look at that!
You like
Maybe
that
we need to
shortcut?
walk all the way down.
All right.
And who's the last guy?
He was the last person you talked to, so he already did all that.
So, Professor,
You see a little spin he did with the
interests you
pen?
about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really
She
don't
should have been,
like to
how long
give
have you been
exact
expanding?
values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh, go on.
That his interests are way more grounded.
You
he
discovered
claims
a
them to
meteor
be.
and is heading straight towards Earth. You're trying to get a planet named after yourself, or you're not really interested in astronomy at all.
Oh, this last one. I think that one's what we're looking for here.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
What is he interested in?
The birds. Oh. I think it's just this. Yeah, there's nothing that just says overall bugology. I don't know. The
I
field
don't know what
is
that would
called,
be.
but-
I don't know what the study of bugs would be, but yeah, I could see this.
I don't have time for tiny,
no.
insignificant. My studies focus only on the
Right.
Mhm.
You're skipping again.
Using your telescope so much.
Why are you doing that?
Yes, naturally.
Hey, motherfuckers fully voice acted this game, and you're like, skip.
I know, but if I mess that up, then I gotta. Oh no, was it? I can't remember if that was correct. Oh no, that was the sound of them being shocked. Oh, I thought it was wrong. Okay.
If it was wrong, you wouldn't have moved forward.
Okay, I thought they had a little bit of dialogue and then you went back to guessing. I don't know if I remember that, but...
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene because Pointer saw a bird for self-reflection, because it was daytime, because someone broke it, because Pointer saw a bird not up in the sky.
I liked your... Has to be.
Because Pointer saw a bird.
This would be interesting.
It would be interesting, because
This
what
is
bird
more
would he have
vague.
seen?
Like ink dip. That's
The
what I'm
ink dip
thinking of.
disappeared a while ago.
Yeah. So let's do this one.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist.
There
now
you go.
you're accusing me of.
Oh, that's what it was. Entomology. I thought of that, but I was like, nah, that wasn't right.
Hey, well, what's the study of like how words work?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen.
Birds, I don't know.
made you paranoid.
No, not birds,
You
words.
think somebody stole it from you.
Birds is
Birds?
ornithology. That was
Might
easy.
not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's you. It's a very precious specimen, incredibly rare, valuable in ways you could never understand.
Poor
Freya was always
Hawkshaw.
sneaking
Her
around,
like,
both towers and in the gardens too.
what is it?
She
Her
was definitely up to
idol is
something.
not even into astronomy.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Okay, so he didn't see a beetle.
He did not
But-
see a beetle, but remember, Hawkshaw probably told him that her lead suspect was Freya that took the beetle. So he positioned the telescope to, like, you know, spy on her while she was hanging out in Flora's room, which is otherwise inaccessible, right? And
Yeah.
he just so happened to miss the actual event. And he's like, that doesn't make any sense. Flora never leaves her tower, and she's not there. So I gotta go check. Because she was like slumped over or whatever.
Mhm.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Sure.
Later, right? Or
I mean,
do we-
you can
should
do it
we-
now.
Okay.
So the red question mark is a thing where, like, if you don't do it now, you'd have to go back to your boat and talk to Sally.
Okay, let's do that. 'cause
Doing
it's
it
like,
now,
if
I think,
Poppy's,
is like fine.
Oh, we still gotta go back.
Oh well. All right. Well, there you go. The crime scene.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
No. Duh.
Why was her blood on the painting?
To resemble to prove the existence of magic. I think it's this though. To hide the evidence could be interesting too.
Hide evidence could be interesting, but to resemble a bloody knife is an interesting notion as well. The idea of, like, if somebody did orchestrate all this, the idea of it being like, oh, a worse detective might have just jumped to the conclusion that they got murdered by a painting somehow, right? Or at least that would distract you for a while.
Yeah, because there was also this
distraction
segment. It's like all of these statements are true. I don't know what they're kind of like
Blood
asking.
from the paint pot was
But-
used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was
Someone
locked
took
the
it.
whole
That's why
time.
she was slumped
It
over.
stayed locked until
Someone
Fitz
took something
kicked
from
it
her.
down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora, lying by the window.
So, okay, someone did something to her.
Got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is,
So
from directly
if she's
in front of
lying
her.
down,
But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting?
Hmm.
Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
well, they related, but I guess we're thinking it happened after she fell.
I think that's it.
Okay, so that was it for that?
So I would like to say, like, as you're, I'm assuming going to Poppy, because you did point her already, so I'm assuming you're going to go
Yeah,
to
there's
Poppy.
no one else.
I do believe, actually, that we're going to have to go through and start talking to people about these things of evidence, because I thought that, because my understanding was that the suspicions trigger when you have the evidence that's needed to, like, do the suspicion, right? Like, kind of what you've been doing.
Yeah, like
But like
pick
you
up
haven't
something-
unlocked any new ones. So I think it might be that you have evidence that you just need more context for by talking to people. So we might have to do that in a second. But I wanted to take a quick second just to talk about, dude, I love the idea of just how much secondary animation they have in this game. Because, like, I think I talked about it when I first played this game, like, way back when, and I was telling you, like, one of my favorite things about this is, like, whenever Sally is, like, throwing her head around or she's, like, posing or whatever, the fucking, like, little balls on her head, they, like, jiggle for, like, a
Move up
split
and
second.
down, yeah.
Like, they, like, wobble into place. And that's on every animation. And then, like, as I was watching that, it's like Grimm's hair is doing the exact same thing. It's like, it has, like, inertia to it. And I'm like, dude, they put a lot of effort into animating this shit.
So I'm wondering, so I'm mostly suspicious of, like I said, Poppy and Fitz right now.
Sure.
Do you still think I
Why
should go
would
just
Poppy and
directly to
Fitz
suspicion?
kill Freya, though?
That's the hard part.
Poppy
but it's like
used to be... Clearly something happened because Poppy was ripped out of that photograph. So I guess we might just not know. But at the same time, like...
Because I don't think it's Penny either. Because, like, why would Penny want to murder... Penny would want to murder Poppy.
Penny would definitely want to murder Poppy. Like, based on that note that you found. Like, we don't know who her is because it doesn't have a name. But, like, of all the women in this, like, mansion, it definitely seems like she would want to kill Poppy the most.
And plus the rose petals, right? So
yes,
it's like...
which is also a Poppy thing, right?
Yeah, so it's like, it's definitely, I don't think...
I will actually say, by the way, I believe that technically it's a Poppy thing, but, like, it's a Poppy thing now, but the roses was actually a Penelope, or a Persephone thing, whatever Poppy's mother's name was, the person that Professor Pointer married. That was, like, her thing was, like, roses, and now she's gone, so Poppy kind of took that over.
Okay.
So anyway.
So I guess let's go talk with her, because it's like, I kind of wanted to leave them for last, but, you know.
I guess we don't really have a choice.
Wonder what this broken glass is.
A couple people.
Foregone drifter.
Oh, I forgot about this.
Days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom. Some four walls make around a room.
Okay.
That's a really
Shadows
powerful
flashing in the
poem,
light
actually.
From a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
You see the way she even talked about Penny was like a little more, I don't want to say even aggressive, but she was a little more distasteful for sure. A Pointer. I think it's the last guy.
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying. Earthly tether, slowly fraying. Floating, helpless from the worst. of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet
Oh.
the flowers growing at your feet.
Your head on the clouds,
So she can-
dickhead. Your daughter feels real sad.
Yeah, clearly she's like a little like he's being.
I will
Not great.
say though, because like obviously her like silhouette is very distinct, and that's like the point of why she looks like she has an elongated head. But like
She didn't
that,
look like that.
yeah, but like
Right?
that's what I'm saying, right? Like if you look back at that one where she's just like all pink and bubbly or whatever, like in what she's wearing, she doesn't just have like a normal shaped head. So I don't know
I'm like,
exactly what happened.
frick? Are you wearing a long wig?
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can
Like
you
this,
tell us
that's
about
she's
this
okay.
cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an
Something
awful
that
lot like
you
your music,
play.
To be honest.
Sure, it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I never.
Except we
owned
can
it.
prove it's
Why not?
yours.
Not my color.
Not anymore.
You used to like these colors.
Yeah.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
I have just the thing.
I want to remind you real quick before you send this, before you like submit this, when you presented this cassette tape to Penny, Penny was like, "Oh gosh, also, can you believe that? 4 shades of pink? Disgusting." So imagine that that's the person who you're living with your father when you have this taste of fashion.
And it does kind of suck.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Pink cassette tape is an older version of, found in the gardens matches, was replaced by, found at the crime scene matches, pink cassette player, the blonde girl,
I guess it's the
Pink
pink
cassette
cassette
player.
player, right?
found at the crime scene,
Found in the photo.
used by Fifi in this old
Not
photo,
Fifi.
that was found in Poppy's room,
This one.
used by Poppy in this old photo.
That I think is it.
I think that's
yeah.
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll
Uh-huh.
prove it.
Okay, wait. I guess we're proving it.
What piece of evidence will you add to this to prove that it's her?
This other photo piece.
Ah!
Okay,
You look
I
a
need to
little
click.
different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your 2 best friends.
Unless
Why'd
they're
you
not
tear it
best
up?
friends anymore.
And then hide it.
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
Poppy hates Fifi and Freya now. Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore. The photo proves Poppy is the murderer.
I don't think we could jump to 3.
I feel like 2.
2, I don't want to say hate any. I don't want to say hate either, but I think something changed.
definitely think something happened.
Okay.
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
You want to know? Can you pause real quick?
Makes this whole
Like,
thing
clicking?
seem
Uh,
kind of irrelevant.
I wanted to say, you actually know that she doesn't hate
Fifi and Freya anymore, right? Because after discovering Freya's dead body, what was the first thing that Poppy did? Ran downstairs and got Fifi.
Went straight to Fifi, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Maybe? It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to.
And you
I
lied.
recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
I think that's it.
Okay.
So the main purpose of that was just like proving that like this was you. So
Yeah. Okay, I would suggest we start from
I mean, you're literally in Poppy's room right now. Why not just present the evidence to her?
because I have a way my brain works, okay? And I want
Fine.
to start from where we started before.
All right, just make sure that you're going through everybody.
Will do.
Uzi.
This'll take some so.
Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was going to say something there.
We have a horn and a lute and a harp.
Do you know anything
It's
about
true.
these birds? Or birds in general?
They really are like birds.
This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter?
Oh, she closed her eyes.
What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies? You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It is a little weird that we're just kind of
It's a
showing her
little
that,
model of
though.
you. Who were the other people next to you?
Do you know anything about this beetle?
Okay.
About to say, like, these are like like all of those items that you're just going through now. Like, these are all the things that you really need to be presenting to people. Hey, I found your secret diary.
Well, that's why I was like,
There's
let's just
these
get through
feathers.
these for the most part.
Yeah.
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them?
Oh, still nothing. Okay, look at that. We finished that one pretty quickly, didn't we?
Saba thinks there's only going to be one page of evidence. The fool.
I need you to not make us say these things to me. These are who have the most.
People here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible
thought
purpose
it looks pretty.
other than financial gain?
You're
It looks
speculating.
pretty.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth?
Hoard
A
them.
book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that. Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially bipedal. Although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
Can I give you a
That's
little
funny.
ditty?
What?
You know that silly face that Grim was making?
Yeah.
That little reptilian amphibian creature or whatever was one of the key like things in which the last game revolved around. The idea being that there was a quote unquote amusement park, like a theme park, in a swamp where it's like, hey, come here and we'll teach you about the swamp and you might see the blah blah blah. And I don't remember what it was called, but it was like you might see this creature. And the thing that was like one of the cruxes of the whole case was that there was one drawing from a long time ago of the creature, but it was of the creature like kind of half sitting in some water, so you didn't see its legs. And every depiction of this creature is without its legs, where it's always like in something, right? So you don't know what its legs look like. And that
That's
was like
funny.
and that was like a big deal where it's like, well, no one knows what its legs look like. except and then you figure it out. So it was really cool. It's a very nice through line.
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would.
Interesting.
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why
I don't
they
understand
took
this
the photograph,
photo.
do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference. A photograph of Freya could be important.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
A rough sketch, some would say.
I'd tell him not to quit his day job. But he hasn't got one, has he? These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
I mean, we're like, yeah.
Grim, I'm on your side. Like, I could be Grim. I'm like, what the fuck, dudes? What are we doing?
Where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
Secret diary?
Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
Okay. A little
These
music.
people really are ridiculous, aren't they?
Yeah.
You consider that important evidence, do you?
100%.
Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree, doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
Does he have a law degree?
No.
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Wait, we do know who that is. Excuse us.
Correct.
This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would.
Oh
leave
my
the
god,
murder
if
weapon
that was used to murder Freya,
I
that's
think you'd be surprised. As to what
diabolical.
could be lying around. One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music.
That's a funny line.
That was funny. Yeah.
Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
just the her with her little frown, just being like,
What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see.
It's been a long time then.
all right, well, that's that.
I think I talked to Fitz next, right?
I think you should process, like, you should go through all the people, yes.
No, I know. I just remember whoever comes next has like the most, right? And then it'll end up with the
I
person
know
with the
you're
least
trying to do this
because
in reverse suspicion order, yes.
Okay, so
It's a nice way of gauging your concerns, but it's also difficult to follow.
Felix is a
no, this time I'm just going.
His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of
I'm going based off of like my first, round through. Whoever I saw first, that's what I'm going. Yeah, it's just because.
Okay, so
in that order,
Flora,
it'll be the
then
most
Hawkshaw, then Fitz. Okay. Do you even remember who you saw after this?
It's on the outside, so I'm
pretty sure it was,
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it was
specifically.
Fifi, but I don't remember.
fraudulent self-image.
I think so, yeah.
I was just about to say the same thing.
Okay.
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's, well...
He did
they
smile.
make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
That one was a little rough though.
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
Okay. I'm a little less suspicious now, but maybe it's no, but the whole I don't know. I gotta let's look at the stuff.
Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
Interesting.
What's with the broken glass?
I don't know.
Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they, like, her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
Okay. So it's like he knows about her love of naming things, but didn't care to remember her 3 favorite birds.
I mean, that is very true. And also, I would like to reiterate that she was very vocal about the idea of, like, I don't like the name Penelope. It feels like it doesn't fit. And then, so, like, please call me Penny. And yet her fiance has kind of interchangeably referred to it as both.
Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
I'm a little confused.
I will kind of clue you in. I don't remember if it's in the description or if we already learned this, but I'll tell you. I think someone or something tells you that photo, or that painting, because it's huge, right? Like even on the map screen, that's on the icon for the map screen is that painting. It's of a nightmare that Freya had. So like that's her recalling and putting to canvas the nightmare that she had.
It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
He's a crowd.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you, in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
Oh, he feels like someone who's getting a little attacked now.
This is going to be one of the first ones where it's like, you're going to present that ornate trowel to him. He's going to be like, so you've been in my room and went through my things.
I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and...
I don't know about him, but
It can't be.
we could just say it was unlocked.
Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
He's like, they're from the roses.
A flower.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's a flower.
Yeah?
I found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
What?
This flower with this weird flower with the blue soil, and he says, I don't know what this is.
It doesn't mean anything to...
I wonder if maybe after you're done presenting all of this, if we're going to have a suspicion to pursue.
Yeah.
Music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course.
Any idea who this is?
No idea. Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized. I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3.
Okay, so it doesn't appear that he knows what that is.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, it could have been a long time. We don't ever
Also,
really clear up
he's
the
not
rooftop garden.
like
Why not?
not suspicious at all of how we got into the
In
garden.
truth, it prefers to be left alone. Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for
Wait a
gardening
minute, if they've been
sometimes.
missing
Why?
a week ago and they were in the garden, how could he have missed that?
I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
It's entirely possible that he just didn't think to look at the statue. It's like one of those things where it's not like overwhelmingly obvious to some, but it might not be overwhelmingly obvious to somebody who A, is inattentive, and B, like goes to that garden all the time, so little details changing doesn't really mean much, right? Because keep in mind, this is the guy who is like marrying a woman who quote unquote likes to name everything, and as you said, he doesn't remember the names of her favorite 3 birds.
Yeah.
So he definitely doesn't seem a guy to pay attention to like small details for
Yeah.
things other than his
Do
interests.
you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Nothing suspicious, I guess. Up to Fifi next.
And then I think you did Poppy, Penny, Felix, then finally the professor.
I probably did, yeah, this. Because I didn't want to do the rooms yet, I think.
No, you did do the rooms. There's just not people to talk to in there. That's why I didn't mention them.
Ta-ta!
Talk to Fifi.
Yeah. George, getting there.
We're almost at 2 hours. We only have like at max 2 hours left.
So, age 53, profession none. Likes collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes: Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the 2 possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct.
At least she is self-aware. So I do want to point out that, once again, I feel like a lot of these like character dynamics, because it's only like what, the 11 characters total, right, that you're dealing with. One of whom is dead. So getting the character dynamics is a little easier with a smaller cast. But I feel like there's a lot of dynamics both within them and with each other that I find really interesting. So like the idea, and they'll talk about this more later, so I won't get into it right now, but like the idea of Felix being like, I'm gonna be a great adventurer, and then like not quite doing it. Instead, he marries the daughter of a great adventurer and kind of like steps into their life and tries to like, you know, kind of bask in their glory a little bit. And then time moves forward. They grow old, they die, they go away, and then it's just him. So now he's just telling tall tales of like, I caught a fish this big and then it tried to eat me, you know?
I guess that's the only thing he's got left that it's kind of worth something to him.
Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me.
So she already knew.
She is an actual scientist, so she understands the rigors of, you know, actual academic process, and she's like, this motherfucker doesn't do any of this. He's absolutely a sham.
Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession,
We can check to see what
ornithologist.
Fitz, how
Likes
old Fitz is.
birds. Dislikes, insects.
That's a good question,
Notes.
actually.
Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her. Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession,
24,
24.
5-year difference. That's
likes
not
soil.
super
It
bad.
may well be.
Do you and
We
Fitz?
do not.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so.
So, what's your problem?
Exactly, he was making every effort.
So?
Oh yeah, she said
Also
someone he was
carrying
also carrying a knife.
However, it's not a knife. It was the ornate trowel. She was mistaken. All right. Something else I would like to point out about Pointer real quick before he gets a poppy. Sorry, I'm dying while I'm trying to talk.
His hair looks like the roof of a house.
It does. Yes, I said this before. Felix and Pointer, Percy, whatever, have known each other for pretty much their entire lives, right? Like they were both in their 40s, like mid to late 40s, and Felix said that they've known each other for 35 years. So they were like kids when they first met. And he's like, I wouldn't even deign to call him a rival. And it's like, imagine, if you will, a child who grows up into an adult wanting to be an adventurer and not quite making it, right? But then he marries into this family and they have like a bunch of money, and apparently because they have like this big mansion and whatever, right? It's ipso facto. Percival Pointer is essentially Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy. He's Eddie. He's just like, I just want to make money, and I'm gonna make money in any way I possibly can. So when the guy that he fucking like hates, he sees like, oh shit, he's marrying into this rich family. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna marry his wife's sister. And then he marries into the family. And that's straight up what happened. That's why he's not,
how petty.
that's not even he loved whatever her name was. You'd have to go to the what you call
Primrose,
it.
was it maybe?
It began with a P, obviously, because she's because she turned into a pointer, so her name was always a P. But regardless, like he did love her for true, but like that's why he's not like super upset about her disappearance like Poppy is.
Jeez.
Name,
Okay.
Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come.
Wow. Okay.
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be?
Good question.
I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh.
I would also like to remind you, just in case you forget from last week,
Self-aware.
Poppy did tell you that she knows that someone else other than her has been going into the music room because little things have been changing every once in a while.
Yeah.
So it's
I
not
believe
just
Freya was attempting
Poppy.
to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever.
I mean, it could be that, you know?
What, just a literal painting of a mountain with storm
Yeah,
clouds?
I mean, it could be like, even if it's just that physically, it could still, elicit emotions. you know?
Correct, but that's the idea, right? So she's like hyperlogical, so I don't have emotions.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third.
She says that with like fucking disdain in her voice.
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
Oh, she was taken aback to hear that.
Interesting.
Or to see that again.
So that is interesting, though. If she says that I'm not the one that ripped the painting or the photograph,
With the picture, yeah.
then that means it must have either been Poppy, which makes sense because she has the scrap in her room. Because where did you find the other scrap of this? I think you found it in Freya's
the crime
room,
scene, right? It was either...
No, I thought it was in Freya's room. Am I wrong?
No, the cassette was in the crime scene.
The cassette was in the gramophone at the crime scene, correct. I'm pretty sure you found it in Freya's room, like pinned to the wall or something. So it's like the idea of, I think it was Poppy that ripped it because Poppy was the one who changed of the three of them.
I would agree with the statement.
Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
Blue.
It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya?
She wasn't even
We
aware
already know.
of the type of connection that her mother shared with someone who was not her daughter. That's really fucking
That's a little sad.
And like, I know
Yeah.
that it's fucked up. Like, I don't know. Like, Fifi will definitely have to like deal with that later in life. But like, from Flora's perspective, like she has some shit that she's dealing with, and she was able to find solace in Freya, in which like you know how Fifi is. Like, could you imagine trying to get emotional resonance with Fifi?
Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate.
She fucking bamboozled him.
But didn't you just say that she doesn't view him as like a scientist? But now she just said even if he did entomology or astronomy, she still views that as a form of science.
And what's wrong with this? She just said that.
No,
she just said that either field of science is still science. She didn't say that he did it.
No,
you already know that he's a sham, and she already confirmed to you that she knows that he's like not on the level. Why do you think she's why do you think she's looking at you with like a knowing side eye, like
No, I know, but just earlier before you were just like, oh, he doesn't acknowledge, or she doesn't acknowledge him like as a scientist because he's lying, but she doesn't. She still views the field.
You realize you're saying two separate sentences and like two completely separate statements as if they're the same thing, right? Like, yes, she does not see him as a scientist because he's a sham. That's not her saying that astronomy isn't a science. That's what they just said.
No, I know that. I'm just saying it's interesting that she's kind of separated the two, that even though he's still interested in a scientific field, whether it be astronomy or entomology.
He is not, though. That's the thing.
It's just the money. That's
correct. He has no interest in astronomy. He just like masquerades as an astronomer.
Part I understand.
So that way he has access to stuff.
Okay, let's get to this lost.
Freya drew these.
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
But she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother.
No, you're fine.
A private thing between Freya and Flora.
accidentally clicked that.
Is this yours?
Real thingy.
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes.
Okay.
What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands.
Just call her a... I don't know what to feel. Okay.
I mean, I think what she was saying is that Penelope
Wrong.
is an ornithologist, so she has birds.
You're supposed to know.
That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is.
So she's like, oh, I recognize it, right?
Right, because she thought, remember, she was like, I saw Fitz walking around with a knife, and she's like, what? Oh, it's a trowel. That makes more sense for a gardener.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
Okay, so she was laughing at it, but...
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere. It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what. Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next!
Next! Well,
My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
done.
Nice.
What, you thought you were going to get something more from her secret diary?
Well, I didn't get anything about the trowel, so 9. I guess not. Beauty...
You already got all the people, so it's just evidence. You have to talk to her.
Oh.
You...
Click the wrong thing.
I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective.
It's... like, clearly she doesn't hold super negative feelings towards Penny. She's just like, oh, I'm different than her.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I think everybody sees something different.
Once again, if anything, it feels like Penny's jealous of Poppy.
Not exactly. She said something about
more
it
on
being from a recurring nightmare.
There you go.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi
Not
is such a
anymore.
very nice Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
Except she's dead now, so...
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
Okay.
Whose
Let's keep
pants are
going.
those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
So she was like, they seem similar to Freya's. I think that's what she was.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly.
Oh, how nice. You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Remember that?
A beetle box.
For
You remember
fun,
that?
Obviously.
Yeah, I remember that. That's why I remember guessing that maybe she actually got the beetle.
Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
Okay, so they both think they're upset with each other.
Yeah.
Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual.
Uh-huh.
Oh, sweet. Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
That's supposed to be a little subtle hint at like the why no one mentions the attic to you ever, because no one ever fucking goes in there, so they all forgot.
I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belonged to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones, like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. I can't remember exactly.
So remember when he said, I lost them about a week ago? She said, I found them this morning, which is the day after the murder. And put them on the
gardening
statue.
trowel?
Yeah, I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it. I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me. Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us? What's so special about it?
Have they heard any piece of music? I mean, why not?
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Well, I don't remember what the cassette sounds like, but maybe that's what's on the cassette?
The cassette is the music that you hear when you enter the music room. It's the same track, because that was her mother's favorite song, so she just plays it over and over all day.
It's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me, if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Like...
So I don't think that they properly elaborate on that. And I'm here to say, like, as the guy who finished the game, I don't know exactly what she means by that. Like, I know that Poppy had a lot of, or not Poppy, Freya had like a lot of responsibilities and a lot of thoughts going through her head, clearly, but I don't exactly know what that means. Like, clearly she's a person of enormous talent, but I don't know what
It
she
could be
means when she
that
says things were
she's
different.
just like naturally good at everything. So after like a while, she didn't actually hold much passion for it. Because that was one of the things about like, oh, she could have even been better than me.
Correct.
It was just like that easy for her. So maybe that's one of the reasons why she just stopped.
Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right.
All right,
Okay.
that's it.
Who knows about this freaking plant?
There's
Probably the
something about
person
that
whose room it
diary
was in.
Found in Fifi's room.
We talked with him about it. He's like, I don't freaking know.
Something.
That wasn't in his room. That was in Penny's room, you idiot.
Let's ask her about it.
Oh, sorry. Should we just do this?
Sure, why not?
You're kind of going through people.
I'm about to say, might as well just go back, and then you could just head back over to Penny, 'cause she's the next one after this. Suspicion!
Is this your diary, Fifi? We
No.
found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine.
Oh.
Ridiculous
He said
question.
so.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10 and...
So, there are secrets written in here?
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
Technically, this is a thing I can just ask all of these. I think.
I mean, do you think it's not a diary?
I think it's probably a diary.
Do you think
Maybe
it
it's
is?
someone else's diary?
Someone else's diary could be interesting. I wonder whose, though.
Yeah.
Do you know anybody who has, like, teal and star, like, associated with them at all? I don't think so. I guess technically
associate
Percival, but
with
not
him?
really. Like, why would he keep a secret diary?
Yeah, but it makes sense. I think she would have a diary, though, Fifi.
I could see that, yeah.
So,
I can see her just straight up lying.
Diary, and she has written in it.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
This particular diary
Okay,
is
well, never mind.
It doesn't
We
look-
Okay,
looped,
we're
we
not-
looped
so
back
I think-
around.
so it's someone
it's someone
else's.
else's. There you go.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
Oh, shit. Well, good luck. Oh, I'm so stupid. I know exactly whose diary it is. It's super obvious.
is it Percival's?
No. Look at ripped photo.
Oh.
Literally in her
Okay.
hand.
Yeah. Okay.
This blue book, the secret diary, is the opposite of, is somewhat similar to, but was lost by, shouldn't be, was proves that belonged to Freya.
Yeah, I think that's it.
That makes sense.
Wait.
I mean, is similar to, is the same as, I mean, I would say is similar because it is a little, like, dinged up, I guess.
This is
I don't know.
somewhat similar too.
I mean, if you want to say the same as, yeah, you can go for it.
This blue
Hello,
book
John
is
Smith.
the same thing as the secret
Welcome to
diary, which
deduction
proves it belonged
zone.
to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Okay, let's figure this out.
Personal secrets. Poppy, Freya, Fifi. Didn't know about, didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary. That anyone buried in the garden, within a library book, kept in her bedroom.
I mean, this makes the most logical sense, right?
No, absolutely not.
Because Freya didn't want anyone to see her personal secrets, so she kept it within her diary.
I want you to read the sentence out loud and tell me if it sounds like something that a crazy person would say. Freya didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary. Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary. That sounds like someone who maybe cares about their friend.
Okay.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within.
You know
Freya's
what?
diary.
Zach doesn't want to have anybody see Zach's secrets, so Zach is going to take Zach's diary and hide it away.
True.
You did not
I mean,
know
that's
Freya, so
that's
this might
technically
be
true.
I'm gonna
difficult
kill
to
you.
understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Are you ready?
All right. Fifi
Okay.
unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
It's back, in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them all 5. Eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company. These are, once again, by Freya. Freya wrote these.
It must be something to do with like underneath, or someone's going still with the lake. Not lake. Fountain.
It very much seems, especially when there's a reference to the harp, and there's literally only one harp in the entire game, right? So it's like, that's a clear connection right there. But I do find it very interesting, because, like, I don't know about you, this does not sound like the diary of an artist. Like a talented artist.
No, it sounds like Soul Bearer.
Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. Have 2 now, need 2 more. Right? Like,
Yeah, this sounds like someone's on a mission to do
this
something.
sounds like a secret witch.
Yeah, so...
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and
I would
check.
say later.
We could have missed something.
I don't think we have enough information. I think it has to do with the other statues.
Depending on what that just triggered, there might be something new in the garden. But I would recommend talking to everyone else first.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, so I would talk to.
So I went to her next. I think.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
Let's go. Hut 2. Look at that moth.
Mm-hmm. You've seen that moth a couple times, actually.
Oh, I forgot about the music in here.
I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
I mean, I think he knows, and that's why he's in delusion.
Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
Everyone checked off? I forgot that I can just click on the thing instead of Xing out. Let's go.
I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew.
Probably reasonable.
There was definitely a period of time during this investigation where I thought that like, Freya might
this photo is?
Not sure.
Yeah.
Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style.
Very
Oh, she's probably not
nice.
happy.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of.
Yes.
Kate, we're not gonna talk about it. Great.
A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it?
At least
If
he's
I'm
trying to
not
find a hobby, I
mistaken,
guess, right?
That little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind. Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Grubby.
It isn't.
Oh,
Oh,
a
well,
secret diary.
That's our guess too.
Excellent.
It when you think about it, it's like everybody in this like game seems to have like a thing that they're known for, right? And then typically like some personal undercurrent that makes them actually a human being, right? I would call it like literally just a 2-degree character instead of 1-dimensional. It's like 2-dimensional. But when you like the more we hear about Freya, like she did a lot of stuff, right? Like she's doing some secret shit. She's actually an incredible artist. She's like paying attention because remember, everybody had a very high opinion of Freya. So like she was constantly like on like, you know, on everybody's good side. And then like she was a great pianist for like 2 years and like could have been way better and then just like dropped it. So it's like she's clearly some sort of like polymath, you know?
Yeah, she's a very well excelled in a lot of fields.
What's that bird? But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad.
Michelangelo, for real, for real. True.
Is that for sewing?
Maybe.
We have no idea.
Oh, there used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be. There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very
Percival
good question.
sold them all. Freya fed them to a lake monster.
Lovely. Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
Interesting
So
response.
she knew what that was.
She knew what that was. Seemed like she was kind of eager to hear whether or not Fitz showed it to you, like he was proud of it.
Yeah. Okay. So now my mind's
Because you
switching
thought
a
it was the
little bit.
card, and then the trowel was from Poppy, but you showed the trowel to Poppy, and
Yeah.
Poppy was like, I don't
Which
know what
you
this
didn't know.
is.
Okay, and that's where my mind. Okay, so maybe.
I mean, to be fair, I want you to think about it. Of the two individuals that seem to have some sort of a deeper connection to Fitz, which one of them do you think would be more likely to get an ornate, semi-useless trowel?
That's reasonable.
It was just very funny because like just listening to like, and not funny as in like you did a bad job, but like interesting to hear you be like, I think that this one is Poppy and this one is Penny, because I'm like, you think Poppy got a fucking expensive ass ornate trowel? Like whatever you say, man.
So it's like, I guess if it's technically both Poppy, because it's like you just said, maybe Poppy did the card instead. So there still could be like, you know, a romancy thing happening there, or it could be that like Fitz and Poppy are just really close because they just happen to be very similar.
It's entirely possible because it definitely seems from an outside perspective like they have some cadoodling going on, right? Because it seems like they work very well together in many ways. However, it's like just like he has fucking nothing in his room except for a potted plant, which makes sense because he's a gardener, a handwritten card that he keeps on that same shelf, and then locked in the only receptacle in the entire room is that ornate trowel.
Yeah.
So the idea of like one of them being from Poppy, one of them being from Penny, if we assume that the card came from Poppy, he's displaying that proudly. and it has a big fuck you heart on it, right? So like what message is that sending to people that go into his room, such as Felix, right? When Felix just kind of wandered into his room, because Fitz doesn't lock his room ever. But then at the same time, the one thing, well, I guess the two things, because technically the garden is also locked, but like the other thing that he keeps locked is the trowel that we can suppose came from his fiancée. So I would posit that it's not necessarily a case of like he's not interested or he's cheating. I think it's just that it's complicated. Like he has a deep connection with Poppy, but then still clearly cares quite a bit about Penny.
Yeah, I would agree with that, because it's like, and it could just be like what we were saying, like maybe they're really close, but Penny though is jealous of that. I think
Correct.
that's.
I think
reasonable.
Penny loves Fitz, obviously, and as you just said, is jealous of the connection that they have, and she wishes she could have that plus his hand in marriage.
Yeah.
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
Liar!
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
She's so fucking jealous.
Yes, my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
So
Do you get it? Like
maybe not. So because the one thing I picked up is that it's actually well taken care for, right?
we
That's
should
what
do crumpled paper, and then we'll take a look at the potted flower.
Yeah.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it. Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
I
Okay.
think that's everything, right? Let's see. Yeah, there you go. This is what I thought. See, this is what I was thinking in my mind. This is where things start connecting to each other.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask him.
I would say later, real quick, and we'll just take a quick peek at the. Oh my God! Did you get two?
I'm getting two.
Yay! We can even do this one first and then go to Fitz. Let's go to evidence real quick. I want to look at the potted flower. So, what are your assumptions about this potted flower?
Well, everything that I just now
Found in Penny's
thought
room.
of went out.
Right.
Maybe Fitz goes up to her room with her trowel and takes care of it. The only plant with the only trowel that he doesn't use it besides, for. I guess
That
for
does
Penny.
make sense, because what's her face? Fifi said something about him going up Pointer Tower with a knife, but we now suspect that the knife was actually that trowel, which, if we believe, would be the trowel that Penny gave him, right? So imagine she gives him a trowel to try to show affection, but he's awkward and doesn't know exactly what to do. So he gives her a flower in return, because that's what he's able to do, right? That's what he's good at and what he's able to do. Do you notice anything significant about this flower beyond the blue soil, which we know is associated with Fitz?
I mean, it kind of looks like it's coming out of the rose. Like it's a rose.
I want you to take... You might have to squint your eyes a little bit, and it's not super...
Is it like the thing that looks like her bird hands?
It literally looks like her. So she has the bob of red hair.
She called herself kind of
quite vulgar. Because she has the wide hips, the bird sleeves, and then the red bob of hair. Fitz tirelessly worked on this is why Fifi is like, yeah, he's a fucking crypto botanist, but he refuses to call himself anything other than a gardener, because he was using the unique contents of the soil, like the unique mutagenic properties, to breed a brand new species of flower that specifically looked like his fiance. And her response was, thanks?
Well, she doesn't, because
She doesn't know.
She doesn't know.
Right, because he doesn't say. In his
okay.
mind, it's obvious. And to, I will admit, other people who may or may not have seen this, it's also quite obvious, what it was and what his intention was. But Penny is just her head is, I mean, pardon the bird similarities or whatever, but her head is in the clouds, whereas his is firmly in the earth. You know? It's it is a shame.
Blending itself to be this is Penny misinterpreting what's happening. It's
I think this is
miscommunication.
I think this is Penny just completely missing the point of this gift. To her, it's just, oh, it's another flower. Sure, it's pretty, but it's a flower. I like birds, right? Whereas, anybody, Freya, even Fifi would probably look at this and be like, oh, that was really hard to do. You should appreciate that a little more.
Yeah, okay. Well,
not that she doesn't appreciate it, because remember, she did keep it on a prominent spot in her room, but anywho. All right, so I think it's the last two suspicions, actually, right? Because you already did Fifi, so I think it's literally just Penny and Fitz.
You can check.
Yeah, Penny Fitz, so let's do Penny.
Okay. They're definitely missing each other, John Smith. Yeah, we don't have anything else. The only other person we have to talk to, I think, is Pointer, the professor.
I think you're correct. I believe it is. I think you do have to talk to Professor Pointer and just kind of finish up. Because he was the last person you talked to, so there's no people left to bring up, but there's evidence.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, now I'll get her, on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
I wonder if we can, tell her about the flower to be can we, can you, open your eyes a little wider?
Petals.
They're from
red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses.
I mean, but to be fair, this whole house is set against Penny, almost in a way. In the physical structure.
In the physical structure of how the building works, yes. But I mean, I don't know, it's just so sad, because it's I don't know if you recall from her conversation. So by the way, what shows red roses? There you go, you got it.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
Little arrow in case you can't see.
Imagine what you're getting at. But it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
Of grabbing some petals with a bird?
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal from them, because you're planning to steal evidence from them.
What she thinks is evidence, right?
Correct. I think that this makes sense.
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides,
But
Tabitha
Poppy.
hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
What do you have that could prove that birds were in the rooftop garden?
4 feathers!
4 feathers!
One of them distinctly yellow and green.
Yellow and green.
Oh.
Lovely.
Let's take a closer look at these.
I mean,
This yellow feather is clearly from this yellow bird. Was left behind by visit the green after it killed Freya.
After it killed Freya.
Holy fuck! When he used to visit the rooftop garden.
I think that's it.
That makes sense.
Was left behind
Houston,
by
we have
Penny's
our
little bird who
phrase.
visited the
I don't know.
rooftop garden.
Oh,
I
the
can't
music.
stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself.
She was already like a jealous type, but like this is like I do feel bad. Like it's not fair to her.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand.
Yeah, I do feel bad for
Keeping
her.
away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
That's unfortunate.
Question: did you ever were you ever able to ask her about her hat?
Yeah, we were like, what about that bird on your head? Does it have a name? She's like, are you stupid? No, that's just a hat.
Okay, I'm glad that because that must have been like when I was downstairs or whatever. Because that's one of my favorite interactions in the whole game. It's like it's just a hat. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? I was like, why?
All right, on to Vince. Or do you want to do Pointer first?
I
Because
was thinking, what's more interesting? Because I think his is probably more interesting,
certainly
right?
I would agree. I believe his thing is actually about the flower. I think. What are you doing?
Wrong button. Sorry, my mind.
You doing?
You know, everyone.
A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
And plus, his voice is annoying.
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary. Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either. What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife.
Yeah, there you go. Primrose was the mom, which is why she's all associated with the roses
Oh,
and
that's
stuff.
right. Primrose.
But she was.
Interesting.
I knew it was something. Something.
Maybe
like
he
that.
made the rose bush for Poppy for her like mother. You know,
I think
like...
I think he did it as like a hey, here's access to roses, so you don't have to keep just the one in your room.
Oh my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's
Primrose.
mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall.
Wait a minute. So Poppy's teacher was Primrose.
Was her mom.
I'm wondering if Freya had something to do with Primrose's disappearance now.
I'm gonna let you know that's entirely possible. We literally do you do not get that answer in this game.
Yeah.
What
Okay.
a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she? Who? Oh, if you don't know.
Whoa, she hasn't changed a bit, huh? I think he needs better glasses.
Oh, you found a murder.
Well, they never cover his eyes,
Steady on.
so
It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me. I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes.
get it because he puts them on when he doesn't want to talk to
I
people.
think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue.
He's like, definitely don't want to talk to this man.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
That's how it works.
Okay, buddy.
Very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
Okay.
On to the final suspicion. And then we have to do the thing at the garden. You talk to him, Saba. Stop clicking the map.
Stop clicking I need to leave right now.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower, holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi lied about seeing Fitz. Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
Okay, the middle
Fifi
one,
definitely saw
obviously.
Fitz holding a knife. I think it's
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
We already know. Let's go.
About this.
But it's nice to get, like, confirmation, right?
Is it yours?
Yeah.
was a
No,
gift.
100%.
It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
Except you do. Use it. Do 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 do.
It's the only thing that can destroy it is part of a matching set with in Poppy's room, in Fitz's room, in Penny's room. Is used by Fitz to cut. Is used by Fitz
This one
to
makes
look
sense.
after a potted flower in Penny's room.
No, it is kind of matching, right? It's a heart. That's a heart.
It's a heart. It's a heart. I mean, once again, it's like I don't think that they work together. They don't work well together because their personalities are too different. However, they did both try, and I think that there's a lot of respect there. You know?
I would say this is trying way harder, though.
Right. Yes.
Not to say level of devotion is different, but
Well, what I
again,
mean to
this
say is
man
that, like, she
why.
definitely went out of her way to get a custom engraved trowel, right? I can almost guarantee you she presented it as like, look, Fitz, isn't it so wonderful? I think about you every day. And, like, that's how she presented it. And then, like, you know, however many fucking
He just
weeks.
showed up with this
Like, weeks and
plant,
weeks later,
and
he's just like,
there.
here is a flower. I made it. I grew it
Right.
for you. And then she's like, okay. You know?
Is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
Is he embarrassed?
I've never seen it before.
Need
Okay.
a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
I need
What
to
the fuck
prove its
proves its connection to Fitz? I mean, the potted fruit, I guess, because it's the same soil, right?
Same pot.
Same pot, well, different pot, but same soil.
I mean, maybe not different pot. This just has a flat, like a heart on it.
Right, but once again, it's the
But-
blue soil, I think. That does it.
Let's take a closer look at these.
The pot and the soil.
Sure.
And
Penny's room matches found in the garden. Which I think is where you are?
I think
No, you're in
that's-
the greenhouse, right? Oh,
Fitz's greenhouse. Oh.
There you go.
Yeah, where's the garden?
The garden is the one with the harp statue.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the garden.
So
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse.
Just notice when she
Yes.
talks, they give her the, like,
Flowers
anime,
originally
like,
a gift from
one
you,
big tooth.
Fitz.
Like,
There's
one big
no
round
way it's
tooth.
a coincidence.
No way what's
I guess they both do.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's
yeah, this.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again. When she's not there, water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
Do you get the
That's
do you get the metaphor?
sad.
Do you get the metaphor?
Yes, it's sad.
it's like he is
it's like,
trying
once
to
again-
keep their relationship together. Like he
Yeah,
really
but
is
it's-
trying.
like I said, everything in this house is pointing to like Penny and like laughing in her face and being like, you like he's definitely doesn't like you and he likes someone else and like he keeps her the shovel thing
The
in
trowel.
a trowel in like a box. So it's like she doesn't see her gift
She
anywhere.
doesn't see her gift anywhere, but for him, it's like, this is precious to me. I'm gonna keep it in some place where no one can get to it. This locked box, right?
Yeah, so it's like, oh, poor guys. They're all
Once
just...
again, it's just like an absolute mismatch between them, sadly.
Okay, the only other place we
You
could go
need to go to the garden. We got like, what, just over an hour left if we're doing the full 4 hours? Look at that little duder! Look at that little duder!
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden
Pick it
toy.
up!
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
The note says, "This is my new friend. He likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck to you two. Rhea."
We gotta go to the roof. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Oh, that's smart.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
We gotta go.
Tangle Tower. Congratulations on getting to chapter 2, I think? Now we're in
I think so.
unfinished business. All right,
Okay.
real quick, before you go anywhere. No, before you go anywhere. Return to the gardens real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, return to the gardens real quick. Can you open up your evidence, and is there a tab for the crab? There is. All right, tab for the crab. Lovely. So, who the fuck left this for you? Freya's fucking dead.
Yeah.
She...
Someone working with Freya? Flora, maybe?
Well, it's her handwriting, though. It's Freya's handwriting.
No, clearly... Oh, the best of luck you two is weird. Unless they don't know who they were hired by.
Exactly. I don't know, and I don't remember if the game confirms this, but I suspect that Freya knew she was gonna get killed. And so she preemptively hired a pair of detectives knowing that this shit was gonna happen. But now my second question is, who left this here?
Left this here.
Because
Yeah,
the
that's
note
the big...
and the little device might have been hers. I will say, let's maybe call this Soul Bearer, for example, right? Like, clearly Freya set this up, but this wasn't here when we first got here, and it is here now with the full intention of us finding it. So who the fuck left it here?
I guess the only person based off of, like, information would be potentially Fifi, because Fifi's, like, 100% dedicated to Freya. Even if she doesn't know what any of it means.
Once again, I genuinely do not remember if there's a de facto answer to this, but I will let you know that, like, my suspicion, because remember, they had full conversations with each other. I think she fully confessed to Flora that she thought she was gonna get murdered, and was like, when the detectives get here, please leave this for them. Right?
I can see that too. I did bring her name up earlier.
I'm going to shortcut this a little bit for you as well, by the way, just because, once again, time, and I think, like, this portion that I'm going to kind of just guide you on is not the actual puzzle. We're going to talk about the actual puzzle in a second. Click on the heart.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Because I mean, I think you realized that I was going to be like, yo, we need to play the maybe cassette tape music to hear
I
things.
fully agree with you. However, before we do anything, I'm about to say, you can click through those for a second.
Oh, these are the shapes of the things that'll probably pop up in the...
So if you turn this back to the original symbol, including that one, before we even leave, I want you to theorize what each of these things is and where you need to go in order to find these noises.
This is that tape that was underwater.
What makes you say that?
Or this one. Because I remember hearing birds first, but it was distinct about humming, right?
It was humming, which
that.
you need. I would say that makes more sense for the humming, yes.
The piano's the pink tape, right?
Do you think so?
Because it was Poppy playing.
It's
the melody.
I'm going to give you just a little
Primrose.
clue once again to help expedite this just a little bit, because I think we're actually going to come down to the wire. I don't think we're going to be able to do the demo
Poppy's
today.
playtime.
Poppy's playtime. The thing that the little crab guy is looking for is 8 notes long exactly.
Yeah, it's the thing from Primrose. It's Primrose's sheet music.
Primrose's song.
Yeah.
So humming Primrose's song. What's the bell and what's the birds?
Is there any bells?
You did hear both of these early last week. How about this?
Could just be in what is it
in Penny's room.
Penny's room.
It makes sense. There's a lot of birds in there, right? Once again,
or the rooftop garden.
I think since you already suspect the humming and the notes, like the Primrose's song, let's do those first, and then we'll discuss the other two.
Let's come back later.
Alright, let's go. We said the humming.
So for the humming, you would have to go into Flora's room and play the green cassette tape.
Yeah, let's go do this one, Asta, since we're done.
Sure, makes sense. Remember, it's presenting the framed notes to her.
Yeah, it's mine.
And that's why it wasn't checked off?
Correct.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
I can't pull it out, though. Right? Unless it just counts.
Normally that would. I thought it would just kind of do a thing. Check the. Oh, there you go. Yeah, crap. Boom. Piano, and then it gives you a symbol.
Oh, it's recorded it for us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, perfect.
All right, to Flora's room.
Look, there's a rose on this too.
Mm-hmm. Well, because remember they said this belonged to Primrose, was handed to Poppy. Poppy gave it to Freya. Freya gave it to Flora. So it actually just went from sister to sister.
I think one of the biggest things that I haven't really figured out is why is everything cracked?
Mm-hmm. I will say you did technically get some significant clues as to why that might be, but I fully forgive you for not putting 2 and 2 together, because it is kind of weird.
Yeah, I feel like the answer would be weird.
All right, so what are the 2 things you're looking for?
Bell and
Birds.
a bird.
So do you want to go to Penny's?
We can, or the rooftop.
Or the rooftop, whichever one you want to do first. So remember, you're looking for a sequence of, like, I don't know, birds chirping or whatever that's like 8 notes long. And unless you have something to like click on to like make the noise, it won't do anything.
Garden. In a garden.
Okay, it doesn't appear to be like anything to click on. That's bird related, at least. Oh, the freaking this place.
Sorry, I keep calling this Penny's room. It's literally not her room.
Yeah.
And especially.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
I guess I'm not allowed to do anything to this.
They're bird cages, but the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
So, once again, just in an effort to kind of expedite this a little bit, I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is, but I am going to tell you, once again, that you did hear both of these noises before. like you clicked on something and it made a tune, but you didn't realize what the tune
There's nothing
meant
written
until
about
now.
all those
The clue that I'm going to give you that is obviously much more directed is that both of these noises you encountered within your first 3 rooms upon arriving on the island, or like locations upon arriving on the island.
Okay. Bell. Okay, well that was way faster than I thought.
Tangle twirl. Nope. That was the 4th location. That was actually the 6th location you looked at. This was number 2. This was number 4. This was number 5.
Number 5. Where did I go to third?
Ah, but where'd you start?
So this is 1,
Yes,
right?
and
But
the
I
front
like,
door
what's-
was 3. I said it was within the first 3 locations you explored.
Right. These little guys?
They were literally the
freaking
first
believe
thing
it.
you ever clicked on in this game was those birds. And that's how I knew that, like, if I just let you kind of do your own thing, we would have just checked every room for birds. And it's like, we don't have time for that.
Okay.
All right, well, you did it.
I think.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
We're literally right before the gardens, so you don't have to go far.
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be able
See, once again, the puzzle was just do it, right?
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
Saba!
Wow!
Secret room!
It's eyes!
Secret room!
Down.
We have nothing else to do, so
You
let's
literally
go.
have nothing else to do. That's why I kind of guided you to doing this last.
Well, that was fast. Chapter 3.
Underneath. All right. Welcome to
Oh
the
my
room
God.
underneath the gardens.
What's in there?
She's also into bugs.
It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
No, I'm not gonna remember where all these like formulaic stuff
It
is.
looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
Yeah, like diamond beetle, something beetle, pink.
Sponge beetle.
9 beetles, all different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean.
No, I don't have photographic memory, John Smith. I think that's the problem.
You know what I was thinking of, by the way? Is his name John Smith, like I've been saying, or is it actually John Smythe? Because it's 2 eyes.
I don't know, but I like Smith better.
I like Smith like we.
Side. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I have been called
I
both.
like that
Okay.
you called them rooms.
I like that you call them
It
rooms.
looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold.
Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study. Rows of plants, growing in wide wooden boxes.
What color is the soil?
It looks black, but it's too dark to tell.
I feel like we're gonna open this,
Seems likely, doesn't it?
and it's a beetle will pop up.
Weird looking.
All right, Saba, good luck with this one. This one took me a hot second. You must fabricate a path from the key to the lock. Create an unbroken path from the key to the lock. No gaps, no nothing. Fuck
Definitely
you.
not that either. Must be that.
I don't know if that counts. That might count. Genuinely, I don't know.
Because it has to start here. We can also work backwards.
Correct. Well, you know it's not that.
Yeah, this doesn't
But
touch
there's
anything,
another
though.
blue tab.
Oh,
There you go.
I forgot about that man right there.
Saba kicking and screaming. I don't get it! No, I'm just kidding.
I
Just
don't
kidding, just
get
kidding, just kidding, just kidding.
Freaking oh!
I would say the key to this puzzle is once you have something that looks like it matches up, only focus on the tabs that would overlap the one that you just did, right? Because then you'll start making a path and you'll be able to start logically figuring out who cares about what.
I think this is probably better. It doesn't.
Hey, curl back in, curl backwards. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
I just have to push this.
Okay.
Won't fret it. I got this. I got this. It's definitely not that one. No, not enough for that one. No, it has to be. Makes sense. But it requires it to overlap, right?
Yes, like I said, unbroken. I mean, you've made a lot of progress on this one. Maybe try to do some from the other side?
Okay, I think I pulled out these two, right?
You currently have 3 things that all seem to, like, make progress in some way, so...
Does that count?
No, I don't think so. It kind of looks like it, so maybe you could try, but I think it's something more like this, and then you just do that. You see?
Yeah. Has to be this guy. Or it's not that guy.
I mean, that red tab could still go further, right? Yeah.
Oh, and then we can bridge the gap.
Oh, hey! That's kind of neat. All the way back, because fuck you.
Why don't we go back?
All right, you're making progress, I think. Oh, okay. You need a bridge between them, I guess. Because it's literally just that little gap right there, right?
I'm not missing one though, right?
I mean, I guess it's that maybe that orange, the first orange tab. Maybe that one's wrong. No, because there'd be a gap. I don't know. I was like, because that looks right. That looks like too good to not be correct.
So look, we're going this way.
Can this go any further? Is there anything else?
But look, we know. Actually, wait. No, it doesn't appear to connect to anything else. But like, there's nothing there.
Can you pull out the blue tab that's like way in the back, like this one? Like, you see, like now it. See, there you go. Now there's a bridge.
Okay.
You can pull that red tab. Not that one. The other one. Yeah, there you go. See, isn't that an unbroken path?
I think so.
I think you did it.
That's the one.
Yay!
That one is like a very annoying puzzle, but I like it.
He's got to take a hot second.
The thing that I wish that puzzle had, I wish it had like I wish it would snap to like certain spaces. Secret
Not about
research.
this creature.
Secret research, a folder containing research notes and diagrams. Number 1, our unique flora and fauna is the byproduct of a number of as yet unidentified chemicals. Number 2, these chemicals are continuously present in the water, forming clouds and filling the quote-unquote lake. This causes a variety of mutations in plants and animals. Number 3, smaller creatures such as arachnids, insects, mollusks, amphibians, and crustaceans are the most affected. However, the chemicals may travel up the food chain and cause mutations in birds and reptiles. As far as we know, mammals remain completely unaffected.
Okay. Man, we're gonna have to look at these chemical compounds.
I would definitely click on her.
This is some serious.
So I want you to know, can you pause real quick?
That's impressive, but it's...
So I just want to let you know, in my playthrough, I got down here before discovering the attic. So it's like, I was down here, found this research, was like, dude, what the fuck? This is hype. And then she didn't have question marks over her head. And I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean? And I had to like look it up where it's like, oh, you just look at Pointer's telescope for the second, like, because the first time you try to click it, it's like, oh, you can't do that. Talk to him first. And then I forgot to click on it again. So when you go back, then you get the attic, then you get that thing, then you have some like suspicion to do, and then you get to like do this. And it's like, God damn it. Yeah. So I'm glad I had you do it in the right order this time.
That makes sense, John Smith as well. Yeah.
What did John Smith say?
I'm talking about mammal biomass maxing because of people.
What goes there?
I wonder if this has anything to do with
the thing that is literally labeled number 4. Ta-da!
So,
okay.
This is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
What do you think he's trying to do?
Pointer
has been planning to kill, was hiding from, has been trying to breed the golden beetle.
Maybe.
Wasn't aware of, locked up, has been planning to kill, was hiding from, was planning to breed the golden beetle in the rooftop garden.
I don't think anything was pointing to this though, right? Breeding.
Saba, I want you to think about this for even 2 seconds. If you have a beetle that is naturally born with a carapace that is made of like 90-something% pure gold, do you think that might be worth, I don't know, a shit zillion dollars?
So when I was thinking about this, I was kind of thinking about it in terms of how, Fitz made the other plant. No, he's trying to capture it in order to breed more of them, not trying to make.
He wants to create a literal gold farm. That's what that was his thing.
Oh my God, John Smith.
What did John Smith say?
Calm down.
Me? Or him?
John Smith needs to calm down. John Smith needs to hold on. The underground lab. Okay.
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
infinite.
There you go.
Might explain why it was
all
so
about inheritance. Once again, it's about.
It's literally just about these two people like shitting on each other. I said Sally's voice actor is so goddamn hot. John Smith, you're super right.
That part was fine. The one afterward was I needed to calm down.
What, fucking jonesing to get into Sally's pants? Dude, look up Sally's original sprite from the game prior to this. It was like Detective Grimoire and the whatever. And like straight up, almost every sprite and every animation she has in that older game, it's just Sally like presenting her ass to the screen. And that's it.
Oh
like that's
God.
all of her animations.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
There is a second floor below this floor.
Oh.
You ready?
Yeah, there's nothing else in here, right?
Well, they just said that, so yeah. Behold, the bottom of the lake.
Lowest level, huh? Oh.
We're too late.
Oh, that's attached to a red...
Has been
A
stabbed.
red thing!
By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
It is a metal rod. A sleek but sturdy metal rod has been stabbed into a photograph. The rod has a curved and pointed tip, like an arrow or the hand of a clock. It has a small loop at the back with a short length of red rope connected to it. The metal is perfectly clean and polished.
So what's the photo?
The photo, it is a damaged photograph.
This
It
is
has been
father.
framed but is slightly damp. The photograph shows a young girl who I will remind you has long flowing silver hair. A large
Yeah,
man is
no,
sitting
yeah.
next to her who has a blue beard. Around them are several red and white birds. A metal object was stabbed into the photo, leaving a hole near the man's chest. This is a photograph of young Flora and her beloved
And her
father
father,
before
yeah.
he disappeared.
Or I guess in this case, maybe someone killed
Or
him.
maybe it was murdered.
In the photo?
I would keep looking.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly
Gosh.
neglected.
Two
Grappling
clerks.
arrow. It's true, it is a grappling arrow.
Do these puddles worry you?
Why?
That's lake water, but it's indoors.
I see your point.
Basements don't normally have windows.
We're at the bottom of the lake. We must be.
Right. But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where
Another
are we?
mystery. That's two mysteries in a row.
A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
All right, Sabi, you ready for the coolest shit ever? Mythids? That's what we said, right? We said mythids.
Oh, that's Soul Bearer.
Mythids of the Sea and Sky, a children's picture book. It's very old. Number 1, the ink-dip bird, an elegant bird with red and white plumage. Number 2, the silver snake, an aquatic reptile with no eyes and a long tongue. Number 3, the soul bearer, a crab with 3 differently sized claws. Look at the icon for the crab thing, by the way. No, top.
Yeah.
The buttons at the top.
Oh, okay. Oh,
See?
yeah. The Soul
three-
Bearer. Okay.
Three claws. And then,
Yeah.
amphibie. That's what it was. A frog-like creature walking on 2 legs. See, this is the amphibie was the creature from the last game that was just like, everybody thought was just like a make-believe whatever, but it's real. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now.
I
Need
have
2 more.
2 now.
I think that is referring to the little
It's,
toy. The little toy thing.
yeah.
Because remember, she says, I have 2 now, I need 2 more. I think those are the notes. I
That's
think you're
code.
doing an
I'll
impression.
see if I can reach
Let me
it.
guess. Blank.
Why not?
Mythid Mansion, North Side Cross Section.
Misted, but okay,
Misted,
you're fine.
sorry,
Yeah.
Misted. The portions are labeled rooftop garden, storage, library, bedroom, grand hall, study, bedroom,
These were
music
before
room,
the
and
towers.
aviary. So it seems as if Freya's room was in fact storage. So that's one.
Yeah.
But you will also notice several things about this, which I'm sure they'll talk about in a moment. Where's the rest?
They said they added the towers later, right?
Correct. They did say that.
Yeah.
So there you go.
That shows that there was more here.
Hold on. Have we been to all of these rooms already?
Have you?
I forgot I can click on things.
Music room. It's the aviary.
Because we talk.
Bedroom.
Penny's room, I think.
Oh, a study.
Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it? A bedroom.
That's Fifi's room, isn't it?
What room does the study connect to based on this diagram?
Oh, it's that weird. It's like clearly it looks like an elevator, but it has an
full
aquarium
but
in
it's
it.
full of water with no fish in it.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass tube.
Lovely.
I think we've finished with this now.
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed.
Building plans. Misted Mansion. Sorry, Misted? Misted?
Misted.
Mythid.
Yeah, misted.
I like Mythid.
Mythid?
Mythid.
Okay.
Northside cross-section, roll of parchment, Playals Grand Mansion has been drawn. Horizontal line marks where the lake used to be, and the second marks where it is now. So the lake used to be much lower, and then they filled it so that way it covered both of the rooms that you just explored. The mansion has been built on top of a large structure above the lake, supported by pillars. Freya's room, listed as storage, a room labeled study, is in the center. Quick question before we move on, because I think you're good to start talking to her to like do the, oh, she's looking at you.
He's waiting.
What did he describe the bottom of the lake as?
Like there's nothing.
He said white and smooth, right?
As if it's just supposed to be a weird thing. It's like it's at the back of like something.
Well, what I would ask you, and we're not going to have enough time to go back there, I guess, but do you remember the snow globe that you found in the library?
Was it like on like a white rock or something?
It was like, it
broken?
looked as if the entire lake and the mansion was encased within like a broken eggshell.
Yeah.
So because remember they were described as like smooth white cliff faces that no one can climb to like get a good look at the whole thing. This shows that actually those extend into a semisphere all the way under the lake as well. So
weird, man.
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
John Smith, I like working on stuff, like
so much
mentally
older than
figuring
the
it out
rest
with
of
other
Tangle
people.
Tower?
So
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
what was in the lake before? I don't know. But let's
This
go to the
man
second.
in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
which one is it?
Oh,
I once again,
Oh.
I did reveal this early just because it made me so fucking
For Flora?
sad.
Yeah.
Just like I feel
Makes
so
sense
bad for
when you know who
Flora,
he is.
man. Her father's name was
Um,
Remington.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird too.
I never would have guessed.
3
Times
of the
sure
ink
do
birds.
change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
Okay.
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last...
Let's go!
Let's go!
To the study, Saba!
Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
Ah, yes, and the only glowing thing here is this.
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, it's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
Just leave it alone and you just end the game.
The other one. End the game, yeah.
Ta-da.
Oh, how unexciting. A ladder. I thought it was something else that's cooler.
I do think you have to click on it. Or can you click on that?
Can I click on
that?
And go through. No?
Yeah, there you go. I clicked on the ladder. Next chapter.
That's how they told me to move.
The Hidden Heart. Welcome to the study, Saba.
God.
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws.
That's the thing, right?
Not 3. You sure we should be touching it?
Yeah, in real life.
Don't you think it looks familiar?
The limbs of the creature can be rotated, and the claws can be opened or closed.
Okay. Remember. Ah! I need to be reminded of what it looks like. Hold on.
That little
Yeah, look, I think I've seen it more.
I don't remember if it was open or closed. Hold on, we're going back. Da-da-da-da-da. Here we go. So both open. This one's straight.
Well, it's like a little bent, but
like
yeah.
Tilted. This part's straight.
Correct, yeah.
And then
okay,
don't
forget the little
open.
and then don't forget the little claw.
Yeah, the little guy.
Is that a crab?
It's got a
Also,
Let's go. Yeah, that one's that way. So tilted. They weren't touching each other though. But I guess this does.
perfect.
Nice. Is that a crossbow?
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
That.
Crossbow.
Oh my
With,
God.
With a.
Is it? Is it the professor? Did he shoot? I
It
don't
has
know.
a spot on top in which something could be screwed in, and then something on bottom in which it could be screwed in.
It's the mini telescope.
Sama's like,
oh my God!
you should finish exploring this room. I think this room's
fish.
That's a bird skull. We're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
Well, how about we stop talking about it?
Oh, you're.
Centipede.
Oh my God! It's the shadow of a crossbow.
How many legs has it got?
Too many. An axe and some kind of hunting rifle mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
But we found it.
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes.
Oh no.
But yeah, there's something.
Oh no!
Not much more than a pile of dust and ash.
God!
Among the ashes are several black buttons. Red-colored scraps of fabric are still visible.
Okay.
And for no reason, they just completely ignore the very obvious white and red feather.
So, okay, because I was like, did they kill the bird? But then I'm looking at this and I'm seeing like,
the
okay,
bird
did someone
left. We
fake
know
the
that the
bird?
bird flew away, right?
Someone faked the bird in order to have maybe Flora fall down and so to have someone shoot
Saba, what the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know. We gotta go back.
You're
sorry, we gotta go
spiraling
back.
slightly.
I'm going crazy.
Someone made a fake bird, and then Flora. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top.
I would like to point something out.
Snake?
Worm?
Was it the
Worm.
no.
That's the one.
That's the one. It's a worm. So that thing in the back corner. Hold on. Real quick. Wait. Fucking 1 second. I know. You're just clicking because you're so excited.
Okay.
The thing that was in the back corner, the thing that looks like a bear that's like standing up. That creature in this, or that like stuffed taxidermy in this room full of like fucked up weird animals. You remember when they just said in their research that it's like, it appears as if the mutations can make their way up the food chain, but we have not seen any evidence. Right? We haven't seen any evidence that it's affected mammals yet. There was a taxidermy there of like a fucked up bear, and in the attic, you remember that there was a taxidermy of a wolf that was standing upright.
Clearly.
I think that this shit has gone much further than you expect. Pinboard. A large central sheet of paper has been pinned to it. 4 lines have been drawn from a gap in the center. A small sheet underneath features a drawing resembling the silhouette of a cloaked figure.
That is Hawkshaw?
Hawkshaw, but yeah.
And Hawkshaw, and that is that sketch. Why is I don't get the 1, 2.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Something was taped here. Do we have something that was has tape on it? Oh, the photo of the painting, and that's what the 1, 2, 3 is.
Interesting.
What is this painting?
I don't know if there's anything else to look. Did you look at the chair and stuff?
Nice chair.
It's still warm.
Maybe it's just heat from the inside.
Maybe.
Spooky.
I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
There you go. Notebook. Several pages have been ripped out, but a few remain. 5th Ambassador located. Finally. I can't say I harbored any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my misted friend into the music room for experiments. It works, perhaps too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort for what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom. Nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful. Nothing was moved. But I know. It's time.
Don't forget, Misted is supposed to be mythical and cryptid together, I think.
Correct. Yeah.
Or mystical, whatever.
It's mystical cryptid, yeah. So I know misted, but like mythical. it is in my mind.
I guess it's supposed to be this. Like, this is the guy they found. But
Someone's been using
another mystery. I would suspect that that's pretty much it.
crumpled up paper.
Is there anything written on any of it?
Not really. It's mostly blank.
like
Do
it's
those look like
cracked.
scratch marks to you? On
Yeah. They're on the inside.
Oh, sea creature kept in here. Eh?
All right. Oh, and there's a mystery you didn't unlock yet. Oh well. We'll do that in a second, I guess.
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already.
We found them already.
All right, Saba, reassemble this weapon.
Oh, what came down here, though? I don't know what's down there. I think the lens is on top, obviously. Oh, the relay thingy.
Mhm.
Duh.
What do you make
Okay,
of
so
it?
it takes a
Not
second.
sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
All right, time for another one.
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion. But nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
Huzzah.
We've already figured this out. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I don't know if they're trying to make anything, but to remind myself for the second. There's the painting. I get it's interesting that it looks like Hackshaw.
Yes.
Hawkshaw, whatever. It looks like Hawkshaw. Something about Hawkshaw.
Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made
It looks
that
like Hawkshaw
painting.
from the back.
It may have been
Well, it
worse
looks like
for
Hawkshaw from the
Freya
front. The gap in the
to use
clouds and the
reference.
mountain is her face.
That's for those sketches of
Oh,
Hawkshaw.
okay.
I don't
That makes
think
sense
Freya
too.
actually drew them. It was somebody else.
It's actually
Someone
not to
someone
be
thought.
this guy or whatever, but I was actually a little surprised because you were making a lot of really great
Should we
logical
go ask
deductions
Detective
last
Hawkshaw
week,
about all this?
but you saw that painting and then immediately went to Hawkshaw for some reason after and didn't make that connection. And I was like, I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Well, if you didn't notice, I also saw that flower and also didn't realize that it was supposed to look like Penny. So I
Right,
think
that's a little bit
those
more
are similar.
that's a little bit more abstract because like if you go to the map real quick, like you don't need to leave, just go to the map. Look at Freya's room. Like that just like the painting just looks like Hawkshaw from this far away, right?
Was it?
Yeah, it's the long like conical red coat and then her like fucked up black hair. Yeah, that looks a lot like Hawkshaw. Now that being
what
said,
am
they
I
do a really
missing?
great job of like obfuscating that fact from you because when you see Hawkshaw in person, she's mostly turned around. Group photo. A photograph in a sturdy wooden frame. It's dusty and looks several years old. A brass plaque on the base of the frame reads the Ambassadors of Misted Mansion. The photo shows 2 women and 3 men wearing
Is that supposed to be Primrose? If that's Primrose, then I see where freaking Poppy gets your head from.
I think you may or may not be right. Hey, the guy in the green coat. If you want to hover over him. This guy?
But this looks like Felix's dad.
That looks like Felix's dad. The one in the middle back looks like a younger version of Flora's dad.
Flora's, yeah.
I'm assuming that the one in the middle is somebody else. I don't know exactly who she is, but the guy in the green coat was the murder victim from the last game.
Oh.
Mhm.
And she looks a little bit like Fifi's hair, maybe? I'm not sure if I'm mistaken.
Kind of Fifi, kind of Poppy in a way. I don't know. Like it's just like the buoyant red hair. But anywho, shows 2 women and 3 men wearing a variety of different styles of clothing. All 5 people have their faces crudely covered with black ink.
I think this is the third one, yeah. The last one we were missing.
It's important. I'm sure of it.
We're making progress.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
That guy's way too tall. Okay, the murder. We've got
which
to
is
figure
the
it out.
final chapter. You have about 22 minutes, unless you want to go a little long.
We'll
Time to
see.
solve this.
You're almost there. Like I said, the game just kind of ends.
All
The
right.
machinations of murder.
Look, time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact
I don't know how we
doesn't have
realized it
any blood on
matches
it,
Freya's wound, but
and It
okay.
wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she was stabbed with like a pointed
It was
tip,
hidden.
right?
I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
It was fired from above Freya. It was fired from in front of Freya. It was fired from behind Freya.
Above, right? Because of our
Correct.
stuff.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
There you go.
Attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even
Perfectly
found-
aligned for her heart to be revealed when she fell
Pull the
down.
arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The
And that's
murderer
how
must have
you can't just
crossed
really. There's one thing to
guessing
drop a
you were
knife on
first.
someone. There's another to
To
shoot
shoot
them
it into their
with a
chest.
crossbow.
Exactly.
Wait.
Yeah.
The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless.
Freya was already lying on her back. Freya was never hit by the arrow. The arrow was fired
I
diagonally.
imagine she was already lying on her back by the time the arrow was
I would
shot.
suspect that to be true.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so.
That makes
too.
sense.
She'd already been killed. She'd fallen unconscious, or she was relaxing.
This is the only thing that makes sense here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to
I
fall
guess she
unconscious.
died.
The gramophone, Flora, or paint fumes.
This one I don't know. I guess remember the blood. So that's not an option.
What else? It's been a while. What else was weird about the crime scene?
The cracked gramophone.
That is very true. And
So-
just to be sure, Flora loved Freya, so I don't know why she would knock her out. And why would an artist?
Just sorry.
why
The idea of that was
why would
fine.
an artist be susceptible
Yeah,
to
we would
passing
think of
out from
painting.
paint fumes?
I wonder if it's the song that was in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
John's
you
made me
played it.
wonder.
Itself can't do that.
The gramophone emits poison gas. There was something in the gramophone, or it was the music
It
being
has to be
played.
the music. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in the gramophone.
Okay.
It was the music being played.
What?
Let's try that again.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
Okay,
Doesn't
the
look
only
like
thing
it.
that I was thinking of is remember the broken piece of glass that was in like the mouth of the.
There was in the
Mm-hmm.
music room, there was a little trumpet guy, right? And then there was a broken glass
Yeah.
in there. There was actually one other place. I didn't call it out because once again, I'm trying not to quarterback so much. But there was one other place that you've seen really recently that had cracks on everything. I don't know if
Because
you
there was the paint, there was the crack in the glass of the first layer of the underground.
secret lab.
Yeah.
So, yes, almost every glass surface in that room had a crack in it that didn't fully destroy the thing it cracked. It just put a crack down the middle. And what was that room full of?
I'm a little confused by your question. Like,
Don't worry about it. Just keep going.
so I guess it's better to say
There is a
poison gas doesn't make
there is a description of a piece of evidence that you read last week that you don't remember, and that's why and once again it's it's a big reveal, so I'm trying not to just tell you outright. So I'm saying we could just keep going, and you'll figure it out in a minute or two.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
So that was the statue I was talking.
Mm-hmm. There was something. Remember, Fitz and Poppy were in the garden, and they said that they heard some fucking loud and weird-ass noise, right?
Screeching, metallic.
Like a screeching, metallic sort of noise, right? There is a piece of evidence that you have in your possession that specifically said that it produces, or it could produce, rather, extremely loud noises. I will give you a hint and say it's not traditionally something that you would assume would make loud noises.
I definitely do not remember.
Oh, right, you can click and get definitions for stuff before submitting them. Okay, so you can definitely, you don't have to look through everything, but once again, there is a piece of evidence in here that specifically says that it makes an extremely loud noise.
That's the gramophone. Holy. Shards of glass. Don't think it's the. Nor those. I don't think it's this plant.
You just clicked on. No, you clicked on everything. You clicked on everything around it. Like if you were trolling me, you'd be doing fucking flawlessly.
I don't know.
Click on the one in between the diary and the models. Read it.
A loud hiss
of over 95 decibels. 95 decibels is similar to the sound, the volume of a jet engine taking off.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I think that's
so it's like, this is why I think this one is really interesting, right? Because it's like, it's a golden beetle. Obviously, what your brain registers is that it's a beetle made of fucking gold, and that's what's important, right? But if you skim over, because I read this out loud to you, and even talked about how, oh, that's weird, isn't it? You were like, that is weird. But I think you just registered it as, like, this is a weird bug, right? But it's just like, you have to remember the other thing, which is that this beetle is fucking loud when it's scared.
That definitely, I definitely did not think about that at all.
An incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder.
We started 15
loud enough to break stuff.
15 minutes late.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No.
Let me check some.
I don't think so. Not by itself. But don't forget, it was being
maybe
by the shape of the gramophone.
Yeah, you asked me to wait, I think.
Volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
Who knew that?
Can you hear the dog barking?
Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The hornet's playing. It's a pretty.
Oh, but they said someone else went into. Oh, and they wanted to test if the shape would influence like
the amplification of the noise.
Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower, caused quite a bit of damage too.
Who was affected by the... What is it asking me? I guess this, right?
In Flora's room, Saba.
Oh, Freya's paint.
Correct, and the gramophone, and the cassette tape.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself.
Any of these that you presented would have been
Damaged
correct.
while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal.
Jet
Enough to
engine
knock someone
vibration.
out all the way
Once
across
again,
the room.
jet engine amplified through a gramophone's horn.
If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have
The
been range
headphone.
too? Think about it.
Well,
headphones?
earmuffs, but yes.
Further away from the gramophone. than
Ear
Flora was.
blocking headphones.
The earmuffs that had been stolen
They protect
a week ago.
themselves.
How?
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah.
Yeah. What triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
The scent of blood?
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
Oh, that's sad.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
I'm
Not Saba.
Yeah.
You're almost there.
In the middle of the night. She's not in her room. Okay, what do you want? Okay, well she didn't explain. Okay, the painting.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
It's the blood. Da, 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 da. Okay, am I supposed to be clicking on something new here?
I thought there was a conversation that you had. I remembered it being another thing where it's like they're talking to each other, but I might be wrong.
It's dark.
Can you really not does
I'm
Sally
hearing
really not
like a bug noise.
does
I
Sally
don't know.
really not have anything to say?
I just clicked on her.
So you must okay,
This is
so
nothing.
clearly you must have something left to click on.
It's dark.
Because it's another like mystery segment.
You hear the I don't know whatever how to even like say this noise.
Kinda.
Can't. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
Look at that. It's in the
Oh.
little bird book. It has peculiar feeding habits and only eats the seeds of that plant, essentially. So when Flora is standing in her tower staring up at the sky all day, that little plant that was right next to her is to try to
Waiting
entice
for-
her precious inked
Yeah.
bird to return.
Okay, I don't know where this bug is.
Why are you so worried about bugs?
In the attic? I'm hearing something.
You're so worried about the bugs.
Stop bugging me. But it has to be in this tower, right?
It is in this
Like-
tower, yes.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly what you're supposed to click on.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
Is it
Things I've
possible
already-
that it's just refreshing you on all of
Yellow?
the? I mean, yeah.
The
the-
yellow? Is the yellow?
There you
orange?
go. There you
Where's
go.
the
You just had to get
yellow?
all. You had to get all of the. You had to reintroduce all of the things.
The yellow!
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else. We never found it. We found it in Flora's tower.
We found it somewhere else, right? In the incinerator?
Yes.
We found it somewhere else.
than in part 2.
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access?
Someone sent a bird.
Clue about the crime scene.
Eh?
Freya left it for us right here.
Inside Flora's egg. It's in the unfinished painting, or it's in the gramophone.
It's not in Flora's egg, right? That was a
It's empty.
thing. Yeah. They would have seen it in the gramophone, right?
I would agree with that.
And so the only thing out of deduction and inference is it's in the paint.
It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, then I could be totally sure.
The other plant?
Finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
The other plant.
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
How did Freya show us her intentions for the painting? What did she set up right before she started actually putting paint to canvas that showed her entire plans? There you go.
'Cause yellow.
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need.
And that's why I was like, why is there yellow on here when there's no yellow anywhere else? There's nothing else, right? There's no Flora's head or the potted plant. It's whatever this is.
Yellow paint was going to be used
Let's
to
go.
paint the sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
Okay, now
What
I
is it,
don't
Saba?
really. The fruit? The beetle?
I'm going to let you
True.
know that
'Cause it's a
they
plant.
have been very tricky to keep this from you the whole time. They have used cheaty perspective stuff, and like they've redrawn this particular piece of evidence a couple times, and each time they redraw it, they change it slightly, so that way it's not a pattern that you would recognize too much. But there is something in your evidence that looks exactly like that part of the sketch.
That has yellow in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely not a statue. I don't think it's the gramophone or the empty egg. This bird! Bastard. The top of the bird. Ah!
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did. But she's a very good listener.
Hello?
Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Excuse me?
Why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But
Oh
before we
my-
begin,
Pause
is
real
there a
quick.
certain formality demanding our attention?
She, I guess, birds shape-shifting and all that.
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. She'll explain
I
her.
don't freaking
She'll explain
know.
her logic in a moment. But there's a really huge clue as to their connection with each other, Hawkshaw and Penny, because as most voice actors are, they're quite talented. They
Their
both
voice,
share the
yeah.
exact same voice actress, just doing completely different voices.
It's like, now that I think about it, they do sound similar.
It's literally the same woman doing both voices, and now she's doing kind of a middle ground in between them a little bit. Not as like
Yeah.
flamboyant as Penny, but not as like rigid as Hawkshaw.
As gruff. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that this woman is
presumably-
dangerous? This woman who has been disguised the entire time?
Yes.
What are you gonna tie her hands with?
With the real thingy. That's
Something
rope,
sturdy
right?
to tie her hands? I mean, it's a sturdy rope. I can see that. I don't remember, but I mean, that makes sense.
Literally nothing else.
Lovely.
There you go.
Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I wanted to help Freya's friends. I just needed to know the truth or justice for Freya. What was it, Saba? This is not a correct answer. This is just what did you, the player, feel? Did you feel that Freya's death was a tragedy and you wanted to know exactly what happened and why? Or were you just playing a video game that your friend wanted you to see and so you needed to know the truth?
John Smith wanted to hear Sally talk more.
Obviously, everyone does.
I guess I just needed to know the truth. I wanted to know what happened. But it's also for the sake of everyone
Once again,
else,
there's
you
no
know?
wrong answers.
Yeah.
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy, the volition to create something from nothing, the willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know
It still
what?
doesn't tell
I just
me
realized I
why
actually
she
have
died.
No idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
So, is this supposed to tie into that moth butterfly thing we saw? You
Kinda.
think?
I'm gonna let her finish talking. I'll let this scene play out, and then I'll give you just kind of a summary of a couple things that are really interesting about seeing this game again for the second time, knowing all of this was gonna happen.
Yeah.
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
I would say she's lonely.
I would say that I would agree.
Suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing, and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study?
I mean, the attic didn't really have much, and she essentially lives in the aviary.
Yeah, so that's the only...
Study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
Oh, because the warm wall and the
And the strangest
furnace,
thing, wall behind
whatever
my
it's
bed
called.
would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside.
What am I doing here?
It's
What is
the
it?
next thing that she's saying. Just
Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
do you know what they are?
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
Those creatures in the books and stuff.
I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids. Like cryptids? Like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
Everything we kind of found. The group photo?
Makes sense, because the children's book was at the bottom of the lake or whatever, right?
Yeah, so
group
was the
photo could
building
make sense.
plans. I think so, because this seemed to have been there before. And this has the people
Crossed out.
that maybe left, yeah.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era, denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5 completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision.
So, by the way, thinking about this then, so Penny also wanted to be an astronomer.
No, she was
Or
lying.
maybe she was lying about that.
She was outright lying, and that's why I was like, I don't know. Like, if you ever go back and watch the VOD of this, like when you were like, "Oh, that's so cute," I was like looking directly into the camera because once again, Hawkshot is Penny, and Penny was lying through her fucking teeth.
Okay. Because I was gonna be like, it could have been another like level as to why maybe if she dislikes.
What I would say is that, and I was gonna kind of save this for the end, so I won't make this too long, but like, I think Penny suffered from like a very severe inferiority complex because the home in which she grew up and lived was built by great people, or at least people that she was told were great, and then she tried her best. I fully believe that she tried every which way to make something of herself, and only really found success in like birds later in life, right? Because that was something that was relatively recent-ish. So like it's entirely possible that she did actually show an interest in astrology or whatever for, you know, a hot minute there and tried it, but didn't find the instant overwhelming success that she thought that she had to have, right? And I don't know if you can pick up on what I'm putting down here, but I wonder if somebody had recently moved to Tangle Tower and did show that kind of talent for literally everything she ever did.
Okay, which was Freya.
So,
yeah. Okay,
There was
gotta
only
vamos and
one
finish this.
person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was
well, that's for people who live there, you know?
From the era of Misdimension.
Which was the Golden Beetle.
Correct.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure. But I theorize that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered
Imagine this character
she did
talking to
steal it?
Pointer. She did steal it, yes. But imagine this character talking to Pointer, and he's like, "Yes, that sounds great."
As you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, You
that
stole
was that note.
Pointer's research?
I would have done if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in.
It's
Did
the
you ever
10%?
question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took
Okay.
everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
Okay. Hopefully it shouldn't take too much longer to wrap
Yes,
this
this
up, right,
is
Zach?
this is it, you're literally right there.
Scary.
It is funny how her face gets super angular when she's like evil, because you'll recall that Penny is like very rounded.
It's too good for me.
Yeah.
It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
I guess the photo of the painting?
You already know this.
Yeah, but I didn't realize it was the opposite way. Like, this was based off
You
of
thought that
versus...
she made the painting of Hawkshaw.
I just thought.
Yeah, but it's...
They even
from
said
the painting.
back when you first saw it that was from like years ago, where Hawkshaw only showed up recently.
For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now
that's
firmly in the realm of
beefy.
speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all 3 families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had
so she just murked people.
Flora.
Straight up, yes. She is an active murderer.
She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of her room.
Knocking them out with the loud noise was supposed to be a mercy.
She wanted
anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope.
Remember when they ran downstairs to like go analyze the blood?
Something supernatural.
Yeah.
It made things marginally less painful for them initially. Worked on you too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside.
That's what I heard.
You did, Saba.
We're gonna get knocked out. But she doesn't have unless she has earplugs, but I don't know if that's like good enough. That was a scary
I think the game is
sound.
going to imply that it is. Bird hat. This is the end of the game, by the way.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fit saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's
it's not
tower,
obviously,
you were both
but okay.
unconscious.
Well, were they supposed to carry your ass?
Beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What?
Oh, okay. Very rational response.
Did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was
So she
already
jumped into the moon garden and then escaped
Poppy,
from there.
why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
Oh,
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy,
okay.
what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she
Well,
would have
alright.
wanted.
That's the game.
I see what you mean by it. Abruptly is like, we're done now.
Well,
Thank
because
you.
like you solve that last like red question mark mystery, and then it's like let's go to the tower, and it's like okay, and then you click on a bunch of stuff, and then it's just like hey, I'm gonna monologue at you to explain why I'm the villain, and then done. Now,
Yeah, and then it's like, oh, these two were actually figuring it out this entire time, and we're not going to say anything else about that.
it is very weird that they don't
where
like
everyone else
if
is.
they're trying to solve everything, and like I guess they might just not have trusted you, right? But it is weird that they don't necessarily like loop you in on any of the stuff that they were discovering, I guess. I don't know. But anywho, so yeah, it was interesting because you did not necessarily indicate very much suspicion for Penny. You were very suspicious of Poppy because you thought that there was something going on with that. But the
Goodbye. bug.
When you talked to her initially, she actually has this very I don't know, she's very sad. Like, she's a very flamboyant woman, obviously. I don't know, you could look at the thing while I'm talking if you want, but I would recommend looking at the original art for Sally, by the way, just so that way you can see what I'm talking about. Like, just how different she is in this game versus the last game. So, like, this is like her initial redesign, and I fucking love it. I think that's awesome. Like, the shape language is great. But
Onigiri?
Yeah, correct.
What?
Right?
Okay.
So like, yeah, so like keep going and see if you can get to her older ones. Yeah, so that's what she used to look like. And then you see that, like, yeah, okay, so here you go. So this was the three of them. So that's exactly what that's what the three of them looked like in the last game. That little girl was supposed to be one of the children of the Remingtons. Because it's like this weird grand narrative or something where it's like it's all about the Mistids and stuff like that. And so anyway, so she has like this weird thing where she has like the little girl has like minor clairvoyance, so she knows the answers to questions before you do. So the idea is that she was essentially your help button, where it's like, I don't know what to do, you tap the button and then she just tells you. They have abandoned her, rightfully so, because she was very annoying. And they were like, well, fans really like Sally, so let's just have Sally and, like, I swear to fucking God, there is no way on earth these two are not, like, just kind of casually dating while solving mysteries. And what a life to lead, am I right?
Yeah.
But anywho, so yeah, I don't know if there's any, I mean, obviously I want to get your opinions on the game and whatnot, but I'm trying to remember if there was anything. It was just like a ton of little details that the game tells you up front, but then you obviously don't know the context of them, so you don't realize why they're significant. So, like, for example, and I won't bring up any specifics, but like the poems, like when you were presenting the profiles to Poppy and she gives you like the little poetry things or whatever, like that is a really, really good indicator of just how on the ball her and Fifi were in terms of like keeping tabs on everybody in the family and like all that stuff. Because she like straight up, she was like, when in the poems, like if you're reading them, it's like she's straight up calling everybody's secrets. Like, I already know, listen, I know you're a sham, but I love you because you're my dad anyway. Or, listen, Penny, I know you feel inferior and you're probably not a good person, but I hope that you get better. You know, stuff like that. She's like throwing out all these truths, but they're just like poetry, so you're like, whatever, you know? We won't play it today, obviously. Obviously, we won't play it today. We've been playing for 4.5 hours. But there is some... So clearly Penny escaped, right? So I don't know if she's going to be necessarily a reoccurring villain, per se. But the next game, Mermaid Mask, is literally just this exact same art style, new location, all that jazz. Who knows? Maybe if there's time this week, I'll just show you the demo without being on stream, because we're just going to do it again in the main game anyway. But for whatever reason, it appears as if Grim and Sally are pursuing one of the Mistids that was in the book. It was the Silver Serpent, you know, the the
one without eyes.
The one without eyes and stuff. Because Mermaid Mask takes place on a giant fuck you submarine that is like, everything is like giant serpents with no eyes. Like all of the wood on the inside and stuff, it's all just that. And it's like, that's super cool. But yeah, anyway, so that's in an effort to not chew up too much more of your time. I'll end that there. But yes, how did you feel about Tangle Tower?
It was good. Yeah, the mystery was really nice. The puzzles were... I like those as well.
The puzzles were like nice. I find like when I did them, obviously, you know, I looked a couple of them up when I like whatever. But like, I don't know, they're all like very quaint. You know, like they weren't like bullshit. I don't find.
Yeah, I will say it didn't like. There was, like you just said, it kind of just ends. Like I wanted there to be a little more on like, well, what's gonna happen with you guys now? like, what are you guys planning on doing? And like, I
Correct.
just wanted some
and evidently the answer to that is
Yeah.
in the next game, right? Is like, now we're going to
Yeah.
start pursuing the idea of like what happened to these Mistids and stuff like that. But it's very sad because like, once again, in the previous game, Lord Remington, the guy in the green vest with the big nose and mustache, he was the murder victim, and you catch the murderer in that. This game, so in that game, he gets murdered with a spear, like some sort of like spear thing, if I remember correctly. Or no, actually, I think it was a gun. I think he gets shot by like his own hunting rifle. But in that game, it was like, oh, it was the Aqualing or whatever, right? The Amphibriling that did it. And it's like, no, in actuality, it turns out that, and spoilers, by the way, for this game that's like fucking a decade old, it was this like, there was like this hippie guy that was like camping in the swamp, and he was a total poser. He didn't actually give a shit about nature. He just wanted to like be annoying. And so when Lord Remington told him like, you have 1 month to get the fuck out of my swamp, he responded by making this ridiculous costume and then murdering Lord Remington. Except this game heavily implies that that is not true, that guy was still full of shit because he was lying the entire game, right? So retroactively, it kind of makes sense that he would lie and take credit for someone else's murder, when in actuality, it was just Penny who like went to him and shot him dead. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe that didn't. She said something along the lines of like, I found one and then that led me to the rest. I believe she found Lord Remington first, and then because he has letters to and from the other 4 people. But but back then they were just called the ambassadors because the lore hadn't been like fully fleshed out and stuff yet.
Yeah.
So anyway, here you go.
I'd say that's about it. Yeah, because I guess if they start off the next game with what like, if where we just are kind of, and kind of be like, okay, well, what are you guys gonna do? And then they kind of just go from there. I'm like,
well,
okay,
it's obviously
fine,
like a big time jump.
weird.
I fully believe that Grimm like touches base with, because once again, he does work for like the cops. Like he is a detective. Just because he doesn't have a law degree doesn't mean that he's not like actually a badged detective. But I fully believe that he like goes back, just says like, this is what the report is, and then it's like, okay, now we're gonna send you to this next location, because it's like, the demo starts, if I remember, like it's you and Sally sleeping in 2 separate sleeping bags, in like just this like rickety, like old cobwebbed like tavern on the edge of the sea, and like you go outside, investigate like 1 or 2 things, and then the lighthouse shines on the ocean next to you, and a fucking submarine as big as a city like comes out of the water, and it's like, what the fuck? And it's like, that's your adventure. You're now in that submarine.
Cool.
And it's like, that's sick.
Well, that sounds exciting. I think it'll be fun to see what else they have.
Sorry. One last thing, and then we're gonna end it.
Okay,
we're gonna be done. I know. It is heavily implied. I don't know. Maybe this is just me reading too much into it, but I think it's heavily implied because we saw evidence that the mutations do affect mammals. It just takes longer. I theorize that Freya is not just a natural savant and polymath. I actually suspect that she might have some sort of mutation that allows her to be good at essentially everything. Because it was just like, because it's kind of what Penny said, right? Where it's like the generation that came before her were great people because they had opportunities to be great, right? Then there was her, and then there was the generation after, which is like Poppy, Fifi, and Freya, and like all of, and Fritz, or Fitz rather, like all of them. And each of them is really good at one thing, if not more. And it's like, what's Penny's thing? Penny's thing is like birds, kinda, right? So
yeah, Poppy's is music, Fifi's is and
Fifi's is science, and then Fitz's is gardening / botany, and so it's like, and then Freya is just good at fucking everything, like whatever she puts her mind to. So it's like, I fully believe that is a representation of the idea of like these people. Oh, it's called Tangle Tower, or like Flora called it Tangle Tower specifically because the like, it's the gravity of like just the history of this place that keeps people stuck here, like they're tangled up and can't leave, right? And that's kind of what like Penny was talking about, and that's what Fifi is talking about. So anyway, that's why it's called Tangle Tower. Anyway, we're done.
We're done now. Okay,
All right.
guys.
Lovely. Good night,
That was
Saba. Ciao,
good.
ciao.
Bye bye.